Okay. Real-time IRL is up. Stream manager. Title. Today is day 80. What is today? 86. Okay. All right. Let me throw the jacket back on. You know, we're gonna walk without the jacket. Hey, Danger Tater, how's it going, man? Yeah, so I was not expecting to take 6 days off, 5 days off, however many days I took. But it was pretty nice, I'm not gonna lie. It was kind of nice to be able to just take a little break and, you know, do the me thing, focus on the me. I got a lot of resting done and a lot of exploring of the limited town of Atchison, Kansas. Which was actually ended up being a pretty interesting place. So all in all, I mean, good time, good time. All right, and we are going to see how today goes, by the way, because as you can see, it is very dark and rainy. Hopefully the rain holds off and hopefully the signal stays strong. Let's see how far you got. Oh, not very. I woke up this morning and I walked from my hotel back to the subway, which is basically where I ended it 6 days ago. But I got my 10 sandwiches and then I walked a little bit. Who are you and why are you on my Twitch? How's it going, Gecko, man? It's been a while. Hey, Gecko, thank you very much for the subscription. That is awesome of you. I really appreciate it. Good morning, it's 73 here in Kansas City. Hope it's chilly out there today. It is Robot Coffee Chef. It is only 71 degrees out right now, which is super nice. Hey, Firehorse, how's it going? Map is showing you in South America, Atlantic Ocean. Oh, well, that's interesting. Oh, thanks, cool. It will be, yeah. I wish it was a little less rainy, but you know, we're gonna make do with what we got. I'm a little worried about the weather, with the rain, like I said. I'm also a little bit worried about signal strength, just because we did a little bit of exploring out here in the countryside of Atchison yesterday, and service was unreliable at best. But we're gonna see. Hey, good morning, Uncle Irv. How's it going? Also, this is a horrifying roadway with no shoulder and 2 lanes of traffic driving straight at me. So that's also something special. All the good stuffs. Hey, Maida, how's it going? Hey, G, how are you? I'll trade you 71 and raining for the still hot and muggy 90. No way, Gecko. You know how long it took me to sit and wait out the hot temperatures, man? I'm taking it. Of course, it's gonna be back up in the 80s tomorrow, but I'll take 80s over the 100 degrees it was here 2 days ago. Good morning, Raheen. It was so hot this weekend, gonna get some bad storms later on. How are you? I'm doing good. I am also expecting thunder and lightning storms for like the next 3 or 4 days. But they're all afternoon storms, which means that we can spend our mornings walking, which is nice. But I am doing great. God, I missed you guys though. I missed streaming. I missed this whole walk thing. I missed it all so much. It's good to be back. Hey, Hodling. So now I have spent, oh, I lost count. It was 17, I think, and then plus 6. So like 23 nights in a hotel of the 86 I've been out here, 5 with friends or family. So 28. 86 minus 28 is, oh God, my math has failed me. Like 58 nights in a sleeping bag and tent on the side of the road. Good morning, Green Heron. Great to see you on the road again. It's great to be back on the road, man. And good morning, Miss. Good to see you back. each and everything, it was really nice. My girlfriend made a surprise visit to come out and see us. Basically when it was really hot out, and I had to make the decision that I just couldn't walk in 100+ degrees with 90% humidity. So I booked the hotel for 2 nights in a row, and over a weekend, and the second I did that, my girlfriend Carrie was like, I'm coming. So she booked a flight and she came on out, and it was really nice to see her. A nice morale boost, you know? That's good. 5 days in a hot tub. Whoa. You gonna start to switch over to morning and walk, sleep during the day? Soon, Gecko, real soon, yeah. If it gets to where it was, I can't take another 5-day vacation. So if we have another 4-day stint like we just did, I'm gonna have to do that. I won't have a choice. Glad you're doing good. Well, hey Yankee X, how's it going? How long do you have to go? Hoteling, we are literally just leaving the halfway mark now. We got another 2.5 to 3 months to go, and we're gonna be finishing up in Santa Monica sometime in October. It's been days. Hey, is this username? It has, man, it has. It's been 100+ degrees out, so I had to shelter it off a couple of days in the hotel. And then because I'm in Atchison, Kansas right now, which is like drive from closest I'm going to be to a major city for a and hey Shayna, hey Hike the Earth, I am alive but barely. Lol. Alright. God, I love seeing these back. Alright, thanks T. "86 days to go." Whoa. Hey Davey, how's it going, man? All right, I love seeing giant 18-wheelers coming around the bend right at me. It's nice. I also hate when my screen gets just a little bit wet. It becomes impossible to use. Okay, so we're just staying on 59 here for a while. That's good. The true question is, did you remember the spiel or do you need to relearn it? That's a good question, man. I don't know. It's been a while. Although I gotta tell you guys, the hotel staff for the place that I stayed was super nice. And obviously being there for like 6 days, 6 nights or something like that, I got to know them pretty well. So they like gave me a gift card when I left, which was really cool. It was really nice. And the hotel staff all got together, put some money together and got me a gift card. It was cool. He learned it 5 months before he started the trip. That's true. How's your journey going? Haven't seen you in days. You good? Yeah, Davey, we had to take about 5 days off here, 6 nights, because of some really hot weathers that came through. It was over 100 degrees here, and then also the girlfriend came out and visit, so we took an extra day off at the end of that to spend some time with her, which was nice. It was the subway each and everything, which is a little redundant because we're getting all our subway paid for, but the thought was nice. Next time we're back in Atchison. Lol. Kind peeps, they were. Did you eat from the same Subway store for 5 days? Yes, Beats International. And I got to know the staff wicked well while I was there. They used to, on like the 3rd or 4th day that I came in, there was one woman that just like rolled her eyes at me. It was like, "How many sandwiches today?" And I was like, 3 please. It was great. It was a great time. How's it going? I have no clue how I followed you. Hey, canned bread for $8. I appreciate you following. Even if you don't know how, but thank you very much. Which reminds me, actually, hold on, give me a second. I'll look at off follows. Let's see, Case Old Car Guy, Cake07, Answer 825, Doobie Scoo, canned bread for $8, Montepente, Forever Black Eyed, and Greeny Lala. Thank you guys all very much for the off-stream follows. I appreciate it. Appreciate all these. Welcome to the walk. It's been ages. Is your beard to your knees by now? How's it going, Ziggy? Yeah, I promise you though, Ziggy, my beard is longer than it has ever been. He has a lumber card, yeah. Lol. All right. Sorry, I'm just trying to pay attention to these cards and not die up until we get to this shoulder that finally comes in. Whew. Thank you. Oh, no kidding, T. Well, any friend of T's, of course, is a friend of ours. Lol. He's a streamer from Canada? Oh, okay. Well, he's still a friend of ours, even if he's Canadian. Lol. Subway staff will be like, aren't you meant to be walking across the country while you were at our store again? They actually did Beats International. There was one guy there. He was there the first day I showed up there, and then I didn't see him again until like the third or fourth day I was there. And he just looked at me all confused and he went, "Did you finish your journey already? That was fast." And I went, "No." What happened to that bike tire pump from the day one pick? Oh, I didn't take that with me. I just pumped up my tires on day one and then gave it back. I was like, that's too big. So I didn't take that with us. But then Aaron was super nice and gave us another handheld bike tire pump that we've been using to fix all of our tires when we need it. Hey, B-Tracker, how's it going? Did you say in 2 months' time you'll be in Santa Monica, California? 2.5 to 3 months, Davey. 2.5 to 3 months. It's probably going to be in late October. Like week 3 of October or something. But it all depends on how often we're forced to stop in the weather. So we will see. Just at the halfway point, yep. Good morning. Wait, Rufus, really? You're from Atchison, man? Rufus, I just spent the past 6 days in Atchison waiting out the heat wave that we were in. It was a pretty cool town, honestly. I was kind of hype about it. I did some antiquing with the girlfriend who came out for a visit. I went to the Amelia Earhart Museum, which was cool, and just by happenstance, I happened to be there at the same time that there was a man named Chris Williamson who wrote a book on Amelia Earhart and was doing a book signing. So of course I bought a copy and got it signed. And then he tagged us in an Instagram post because he thought our story was cool. So shout out to Chris Williamson. Cool dude. I wish I knew you were there. I would have came up and visited. No kidding, that would have been sick, Rufus. Oh well. Book signed plus wait. Danger, I gave it to the girlfriend and I sent it back home with her. I'm gonna be honest with you. I was very interested in reading the book, but I was not interested in carrying the book with me because it was a hefty book. It was called, was it Into the Rabbit Hole or The Rabbit Hole or something? There should be an Instagram post coming out about it sometime soon, whenever Carrie gets around to it. She flew back with it, yep. I absolutely did, Rufus. I got 10 subs because the next subway isn't until Wamego, Kansas, which is 80 miles away by walking. Your journey was going great, except the bad weather. Should be proud, man. Thanks, Davey. I appreciate it. Oh, that's also true, T. I don't know how to read. I can't read. For anyone interested in my book progress on this trip, it's taken me 86 days to get 100 pages into Don Quixote, and I don't want to read it anymore. Only looked up pictures. Chris Williamson, July 2nd, 2022, 816 pages. That's the one. I assume that's why he's doing the book signing tour. Either way, he was a really cool dude. He was, I really enjoyed talking to him. He also told me that apparently Amelia Earhart would be very proud of this trip I'm on. And he even signed that in the book. Amelia Earhart would be proud. Subway Sean. I've always wanted to do something like this. Canton bread for $8. That's why I'm trying to live stream as much as I can, man. For anyone that's wanted to do a trip like this or thought about it or anything like that, I wanted them to be able to see what it's like. All the glitz and glamour, all the glory and hardships, you know? See it all. Did you check out the rail display downtown? Of course I did, Rufus. Yeah, we went to the, what was it? The Santa Fe Railroad Museum or something like that. Yeah, that was a cool one too. My girlfriend Carrie took all sorts of pictures. How do the subs keep cool? Hoteling, they do not. They do not. I have a Subway cooler that I put them in, but I can't, there's no way to keep them cool in the cooler because I can't keep replenishing ice because we just don't find ice that much. So I try not to hold them for any longer than like 3 days in the insulated cooler. It's going to be 4 days until we hit this next Subway, so it's right on the cusp. But for any stretches longer than that, I have a bunch of Subway jerky that my family made by buying subs, taking out the meat and veggies, and dehydrating them, and then vacuum sealing the packs. So when we need them, we have Subway jerky. Who's the new guy on Twitch? What's he doing for a morning walk? How's it going, Principal Matthew? From the winds, now you can stop reading it. Lol. It's like a page a day. Oh, it's been... And the bad part is, Shayna, is I've read like 20 pages in each sitting. I've just only had like 5 sittings. Step, 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 step. Guessing it's a lot of that. Yep, canned bread, it absolutely is. But there's other hardships and other crazy things. There was a time in Lakeview, New York, where we got invited to join a cult. That was fun. We got beat up in the entire state of Missouri by humidity and hills and death and everything like that. So it's been kind of crazy. And now the rain just restarted my stream manager, so all the messages that were there I lost. Sorry, guys. The rain is picking up just a little bit, which is worrying. But I'm going to stream until we absolutely cannot stream any longer. I don't see any corn, not yet, Miz, but it'll be back. Trust me, it'll be back. Like I said, we did a little bit of exploring the other day. Apparently there's a tourist attraction here in Atchison called the International Forest of Friendship. And on our drive to go see the International Forest of Friendship, we saw plenty of corn and soy. And just a little bit of wheat. Hey, Mr. T-Dog. Looks like a nice day to be out walking. Not good for the solar panels, though. No. Nope. In fact, we had to cover the solar panels up with our waterproof sheet to keep all of our materials inside the buggy dry. So, yeah. Not a great day for sun. Well, you can keep it down there, Rufus. I don't want that rain up here. This nice little drizzle is, like, perfect. It's just enough to keep me cool, but not enough to, disrupt me too much, you know? It's been so long I forgot Sean got invited to join a cult. Lol. Just invited though, Beats International, we didn't join. That's the one, Rufus, Warnock Lake, yep. At least you have a nice shoulder to help today? Yeah. Well, we didn't this morning, but we do now. We were also really excited to check out the Amelia Earhart Earthworks, which is where they like, I don't know how to say it other than they mowed a portrait of Amelia Earhart into like a hill. And that was pretty fun, pretty cool to look at. The observation deck was a little askew, so you couldn't look at it straight on, but it was still pretty nice. The old AT&T SF Railway, full name is Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe. Yeah. Yep, and they're very proud of that here. We went antiquing, we went to an antique store, and the woman there that owned the store and her mother were working there together, and they were all telling us all about the history of Atchison and all that good stuff, so that was a fun time. Where are we located? Haven't seen you in a few days. Hey, Mr. T-Dog, we are just leaving Atchison, Kansas right now. Literally, the town of Atchison was our halfway mark on this trip, so we're a little over halfway across the United States of America. The earthworks was fun, yeah. Unfortunately, Danger Tater, we really couldn't get any good pics. Like I said, the overlook was like askewed, and it was kind of hard to even recognize that it was the earthworks, to be honest with you. Still really cool, but just like no great pics of it. If it rains harder, do you just walk with your mouth open for free hydration? You know I do, Ziggy. Also, because we were going to be so long without the ability to get water or food, I also have 4 gallons of water that I'm pushing in this cart, which makes the cart a little bit heavy. And then of course I have like over a gallon on my back end in the bottles as well. So when do you reckon you will reach Grand Canyon? That's a good question. Late September maybe? Early October? No, late September. You may actually run into apple cider mill today if you come close to Topeka. If you are craving an apple cider, it's Highway 4 near Topeka Outfitters. Outskirts. Oh, cool. So I know that we're going to transition Robot Coffee Chef from 59 to 4. So we will see if I come down close enough to Topeka to do that. Did you go to the overlook at the college above the river? We passed by the Benedictine College. We didn't explore the campus too much. Although it was a pretty active campus considering it's the middle of summer. I was not expecting as many people to be there. They did have a bouncy house there, off like slide, so my girlfriend wouldn't even let me get out of the car. Yeah, so we didn't get to explore it too much, unfortunately. Congrats on the progress of something. Thanks, Mr. T-Dog. We did have to take the past like 5 days off to avoid the heat, which wasn't great. I hate taking time off like that because I feel like it just puts us behind, but we'll make it up. We'll make it up. We just got to walk fast, walk far, and we'll do it. Also, Book Hockey, great name, by the way. Thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it. Appreciate you, and welcome to the walk. All right, one slight concern I do have about today as well is looking at the weather report. It's supposed to rain all the way through the night into like 4 o'clock in the morning. So trying to find a dry camping spot is going to be interesting. And trying to set up my tent is going to be interesting because I'll be setting it up in the rain. So hopefully it's not too bad, but I guess we'll see when we get there. Imagine derailing the trip because you went into another bouncy house. That's why she wouldn't let me out, Ziggy. I kind of wanted to. It looked like fun. The kids that were sliding down it, albeit like 6, 7, and 8 years old, looked like they were having a blast. If we're still walking on October 31st, thoughts for costumes? Ooh, that's a good question. I don't know what I would dress as. Probably, I hope we're not still walking on October 31st though. But we will see. There was a Subway ad when I opened the stream. Nice, humanity, love it. You're back, have you been doing well? Hey, Derp Dog, yeah, we had a great like little 5-day vacation there. I'm not gonna lie, for the first 3 of it, I don't think I left my room more than once a day, and that was just to go get Subway. And the supplies I needed to fix my tires as well. But then my girlfriend actually flew out to Kansas City, drove up to Atchison, Kansas, and met with us and spent like a day, a night, and another day with us, so 2 days and a night. Which was a super great morale booster. I really, really enjoyed it. It's probably a good break that you needed. What did you do on that break? I mostly played RuneScape, I think. I got back into a game that I haven't played since I was like 12 years old. Hey K911, how's it going? And hey Stormy, how about if you dress as a meatball and tuna sandwich? That would be horrifying. Is that corn on the left, Gecko? You know it is. It absolutely is. So like, out to see you. She was too, T. She was really upset she couldn't come out with my parents when they drove out here. And like I said, it just happened to work out perfect that I had to take those extra days off for the weekend when it was going to be so hot out. And like I said, Kansas City's the last big city we're going to be near for a long time, so she just jumped on it, paid the price for the ticket, came on out and said hi. Good morale booster. It's just a small patch, Miz. Don't worry, we'll be past it in no time. Did I hear for 5,000 followers you will walk dressed as a corn on the cob for the day? You know what? That's not a bad one, Gecko. I could do that. Oops, this is 20.3. Isn't that your favorite sandwich? Never, Stormy. Absolutely not. My most horrifying sandwich. Sure. I know I'm saying it's currently 2022. Cool. Since I missed a couple days due to power outage, where are you at now? K911, you didn't miss much. I stayed in the hotel for about 5 to 6 days because it was 100 and something degrees out and I didn't want to die. So we are still in Atchison. You're picking us up right where we left off about 5 days ago. Picking us up right where we left off on Tuesday of last week. That was the last day we walked. I missed you walking in Kansas City, turn around. No, sorry, I personally didn't go as far south as Kansas City, but the girlfriend flew into Kansas City and then got a rental car and drove up to meet us here. Glad GF came to see you. You got some gaming in. Sounds like a good break. It was really relaxing, Mr. T-Dog. It was good, except I think I've refueled my gaming addiction. Now I'm getting like withdrawals from not being able to play video games. Starts creating 3,000 Twitch accounts to follow show. Yeah, Rufus, I ate at the Subway. It's the only place I could eat. Now passing Jam 9 to the north. Nice. I know this guy who was constantly telling dad jokes. He got kidnapped by a group of mimes. They did unspeakable things to him. Love it, T. Love that energy. When I went to Warnock Lake to do the International Forest of Friendship there, Rufus, there was like literally probably 100 people fishing in that lake. And it's not like a huge lake. I mean, it's sizable, but it's not big. It's not huge. But there were so many people there fishing. It was crazy. Starts throwing the bombs. I'm trapped in an invisible box. All right. We did get to check out a couple of the bars in town. The problem we kept running into though is that we kept asking people, like the hostesses, the bars, the bartenders, the concierge desk at the hotel and all that, what there was to do or what we could do while we had some time here in Atchison. And it's not a huge town, so there was only a handful of things that they kept mentioning over and over again. It was basically Amelia Earhart's International Friendship Forest. There were 2 bars in the city they kept mentioning. It was like Mueller's Locker Room and Willie's, which was a sports bar. And then we also did a Riverside bar, which was pretty cool. Yeah, I don't know if you're looking for a vacation spot. I think Atchison would be great for like a day or 2, but I don't know that you could stay there for much longer than that because there just wasn't a whole lot other than that. What's that line from Anchorman? I'm in a glass case of emotion. Lol. Oh, Stormy, I wish they looked that good. Problem with stuffing 10 sandwiches into a cooler, into a pram or a stroller is that they get awfully squished awfully quick. We got ourselves our 10 sides of ranch dressing and no veggies on them because the veggies would go bad, so they don't look that appetizing. You get to hear it all went to commercial. Oh, sorry, Rufus. A termite walks into a bar and asks, is the bartender in here? It was not, no, it was just a sports bar. Hey, Sonadot. It looks like on the map you were about to pass halfway point on a trip across the U.S. We're calling Atchison, the town that we're leaving now, Sonadot. That's pretty much the halfway point. So we were feeling pretty good. Feeling like we're there. So you have stayed on your planned route the whole way so far. Did you make any detours? A couple, but like just small ones, nothing too major. There was one in like Massachusetts where we had to take a detour because there was a bridge out. Another one in Missouri where we had, was it Missouri? Yeah, it was Missouri. Another one in Missouri where we had to take a detour for a bridge out, all that kind of things. A couple of detours we had to take to get to Subways and all that good stuff. But it's called Willie's. Lol. Palucci's is a great place to have a drink there. Oh, you know what? We did see Palucci's, Rufus. We did see it. We also stopped by an ice cream stand that, I forget the name of the ice cream stand, but the guy that owned it was super, super nice. Originally from Colorado. He like gave me his daughter's phone number and said if I'm in or near the town of Windsor, Colorado, to give her a call and she'll hook me up. We're not going to be anywhere near that because that's in northern Colorado, but he was a nice guy still. All right. Also, that like gas station looking place that we just passed, the Iron Rose, is a pretty cool place. It looks like it used to be a gas station, but they converted it into a florist stand. Now it sells flowers, which is fun. All right. I'm gonna be honest with you, Rufus. I don't know. I typed in the address for the subway on US 24 in Wamego, and I'm just trying to make it as close to that as possible by the end of the day today. Hopefully I can make it to Nortonsville. That'd be cool, yeah. Yes, like, yeah, I'm definitely getting a nice road mist. I'm actually a little surprised you guys can't see it on the camera. It's very wet out here. Hey Roku, how's it going, man? It is very, very wet out here. So far, so good, Davey. I like it a lot. Our only experience is walking through, you know, Atchison, but it was really nice. Like I said, there were some scenic spots on the Missouri River. It had a lot of cool attractions, a lot of cool experiences in the Amelia Earhart Museum. Like I said, I got to know the hotel workers and the subway workers all pretty well, which is always fun when you get to know the locals, quote unquote, you know? So that was fun. What's the weirdest thing you've seen on a trip so far? The weirdest thing we've seen on the trip so far? That's a good question. I mean, right away my mind goes to the cult guy. That was a very strange interaction. I passed by a house once that just had a whole bunch of like dolls in the front yard. Oh, there was one time in the middle of a cornfield where we just saw like 27 miniature rocking horses all just hanging out on the side of a cornfield, and I had no idea why or who took the time to get them there or line them up. That was very strange. I still have no explanation for that. Just weird times. Any of you guys see the foot-long tattoo equals Subway for life thing? I have seen that, bulldozers, yeah. But you have to get it on your chest or upper back. Interesting. Yeah, Roku, we're a little bit, we're like basically at the halfway point. So we're doing pretty good. Hey, Pookie, how's it going? Wamego has a Wizard of Oz museum? Oh, well, that's interesting. Maybe we'll have to check that out. So, if I continued Principal Matthew to just do like the bare minimum 20 miles a day, it would take me 4 days to get to Wamego, and it would end perfectly so that we could like have a night there if we needed to, if there's a hotel. That being said, I'm gonna try to make up some lost time from all the time that we just spent sitting in a hotel room, so hopefully we can get there in 3 days is what I'm gonna try to do. Got a foot-long tattoo on my foot. Monster truck show in the middle of nowhere. That was weird too, yeah. In the middle of a open field, and I forget the name of the town, Indiana. Hey, the Malone Ranger, how's it going? It wasn't a cult, it was a collective. Big difference. That's true, it was a religious commune of believers. You know, unless you believe the United States American Department of Cult watch list. Why did the Karen press Control Alt Delete? She wanted to talk to the task manager. Hey, Pick His Life, we are currently in Kansas. Almost 3K followers? Yeah, Roku, we're still growing, man. It's awesome. I really, really appreciate all the support, guys. You guys are amazing. It's currently in a state of confusion in Kansas. Yeah, that too. I'm also in the state of confusion. And delirium. Hey, Halista, good to see you on the road. I really missed your streams. I miss streaming, Halista, man. Until my girlfriend got there for the 2-day visit that she was here, staying in a hotel room stagnant for like 3 or 4 days was kind of a weird experience. You start to really feel boxed in, and like, I don't know, it was weird. I feel like I went from walking 20 to 30 miles a day to barely walking more than a foot in 4 days. That was pretty crazy. That's true, K9. Yeah. Andrews, Indiana, we got stopped by the police officer. That happened a couple of times. That happened in El Paso, not El Paso. Was it El Paso? It was around El Paso. Somewhere else in Indiana, a couple times in Illinois. And then in Clyde, Ohio as well. Hey, Hattrick, how's it going, man? God. Guys, I gotta tell you, it's really refreshing to be back live again. I wasn't sure I was gonna be able to stream today either because of the rain. I'm glad that I'm at least trying to. I am taking a little bit of a risk here because worst case scenario, the encoder gets wet, and if that happens, like, we're all out of luck. I just can't stream for the rest of the strip, so hopefully that doesn't happen, but it was worth it to get to streaming again. See, the traffic is leaving Kansas low, just a few cars entering. Kansas so far, Stormy, I like it. I like it. I will say, I think I got a really, really unfair interpretation of Missouri. I don't think Missouri is usually like what it was like when we walked through there, but it was a little rough for us, so I think I'm liking Kansas because it's just not Missouri. See, the traffic is, yeah, Eureka, too. Yeah, that's what it was. Eureka, nice cop. That's true, Vern. Sad week, my mom passed. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that, Hattrick. You have my condolences, man. I'm sorry to hear that. Just realized I've been singing the wrong lyrics. Sweet dreams are made of cheese. Who am I to disapprove? Thought Kansas has no cellular coverage at all. It's got cellular coverage. It's gonna be spotty, Halista, which is why it was important that I tried to stream today. Because leaving Atchison, I knew we were at least gonna have some signal, and I don't know how much signal we're gonna have in the next upcoming days here. So we will have to see. We're gonna keep our fingers crossed. I'm gonna try my best, Mr. T-Dog. People in Wisconsin have always known the correct lyrics. Lol. I heard a rumor that Kansas is completely fat. That should help your progress. I hope so, Sonadot. I've heard very mixed reviews. I heard eastern Kansas is very hilly. And Atchison itself, by the way, was a very, very hilly place. Right now it's pretty flat, which is nice. But I've heard the farther west you go, the more flat it gets. Trying to ham it up. I need a sandwich for lunch. Look. But Kansas signal is better than Missouri. I think it will be. Stormy, I do. And the reason I think it will be is because, like I just said, Kansas is flatter than Missouri. And hills really, really mess with the signal bad. So the flatter the state, I think the better the signal is going to be. But we're going to find out together here. Ooh. No worries, Hattrick, man. I hope that you get through this hard time, man. Subway sandwiches have no nutrition. Low res 140p. I have 86 days of backlog that'll prove that statement wrong. We are feeling strong, feeling good, and I'm healthier than I've ever been. Cool. Hey, Howard Live, thank you so much, man. It's good to be back. I did not mind the 6-day rest, the 5-day rest, but like I said, I got a little stir crazy in that hotel room. It's a big change to go from walking across the United States to being confined to a one-room block for 5 to 6 days. So, I'm glad to be back on the road. Sean says no one in Wisconsin ever gets anything right, so how do you know the right lyrics? Lol. Yeah, hearts in the chat for Hattrick. Absolutely, absolutely. Hey, I take offense to that, T. Us massholes may be massholes, but at least we're honest. We are honest massholes. Howard Live, man, it's so nice to be back. I'm a little worried, actually, to be honest with you. Like I said, it's a bit of a strange transition to go from walking 20 to 30 miles every day to sitting in a hotel room for like 5 to 6 days. We still stayed a little active, so I don't think our muscles atrophied or anything like that, but I'm a little bit worried that we're going to be able to put in as much production as we did before, so we will see. Kinkoni had ulterior motives for flying out. Shini might try to walk in the heat. Lol. No, we did, it killed me, Aaron. I'm gonna be honest with you, man. It killed me to not walk. But we did the smart thing. I hate it so much, Aaron. I did not want to fall behind. And I feel like not walking like puts us behind, so. But we did the smart thing. Rich. Great name, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it. Appreciate you, and welcome to the walk. You know, the more of them goats I have to deal with on the road, the more I'm wondering why I move closer to them. Lol. Just pace it until you adjust, not hurt yourself. Yeah, that's all we can do, Patrick, I guess. Well, like I said, I hate taking time off because I feel like it puts me behind. So then the very next day when I get back on the road, I try to push myself to, you know, try to get closer to back on track. Problem is, you push yourself too much, you end up doing less and less the days after. So we gotta be smart about it. How could they have no nutrition? They're all meat and veggies. Yeah. All the tires now fixed, running back at 100%. Kind of sort of Danger Tater. I was really lazy. I fixed the back to 100%. I did not fix the front one. And there were reasons for that. I just can't remember what the reasons were at this time. But I also got 4 new spare 20-inch tires, so we have plenty of spares. Sorry, getting mowed down by some road mist off that truck. Hello. Sean lost all of his hard-earned calf definition in those 6 days. Oh, trust me, Beats International. These calves are still defined. We ain't never losing those babies. Hey, Richie, how's it going in a wet world? Yep, we are definitely getting rained on today. Luckily, it's just like a drizzle misting, so we're not getting too wet. I've covered up my encoder the best I can to still allow signal to come through there, but hopefully it stays dry, and we're gonna be able to stream for a little bit here. 2 plastic looking like a bayonet front. Exactly, Danger Tater, yep. Basically, we've adjusted our build to be of a ramming design. So now we have like 2 sharp blades in the front, and we can ram anything that gets in our way. Please tell me Carrie hates the beard. Yes and no, T. First of all, Carrie loves the beard usually. She is definitely a fan of the beard. However, she does not like how long the beard is currently. Who would believe a stroller would be so much trouble? Listen, Howard Live, man, all I have to do is think for a second what this trip would be like if I didn't have the stroller. And like, I'm okay with the pop tire every once in a while. Whew. If I didn't have this thing and I had to carry all this crap on my back, man, that would be brutal. Hey, sweet love me, how's it going? How many egregious honks have you received so far? We've gotten a couple. I think I've counted 2 today so far. It's not bad, not bad. Better turning radius for stabbing. That's true too, Danger Tater. I think that's why I left them off, because I needed the turning radius in the hotel, and the subway in Atchison was very, very close cornered, so I think I just didn't want to bother with the single axle. It was really cool to hear the girlie came to visit and spend some time with you. Richie, it was awesome, awesome. Not to diss my parents, their visit was a great morale booster, but seeing the girlfriend again was like, not comparable. Now I have all the energy I need to make it for the second half of this trip, you know? What is the massive building on the right side? It's some sort of storage facility. It looks like there's a train yard built into it, so I'm sure they're loading up some sort of produce. If I had to bet, I would say it's probably a grain storage, but I do not know. Hey, Koba, yeah. Subway, for everyone in chat, it's for me. When it's longer, you should try to find some barrettes that look like Subway sandwiches. You could have 2-foot-long ginger hair subs. Gross. Also, I'll have you know, T, I like my ginger beard. It doesn't really make any sense. I'm not a ginger. I don't have red hair on the top of my head, but my beard comes in red. That at least in life I never have to prove how Irish I am to someone. They can just take a look at me and see. It's like grain silos. Yeah, grain elevator. That's what I would guess. Fish and hole. Yep. Parents can give what GF can. We understand. Low. On your break was temporarily was tempted by normal food. Yes and no, Davey. I actually was a couple of times tempted. Obviously I didn't do it. I stayed on the Subway only diet. But like when we went to that ice cream stand and Carrie was mowing down on an ice cream cone in front of me, I was like, yep, this is great. I enjoy this. And then we went to that Riverside bar and she got a whole plate of chicken wings and French fries, and I was like, yep, this is awesome. But we pushed it through and we stuck to our guns, stuck to our diet. It wasn't too bad. I think Floppy should crochet a couple of barrettes for you. My hair is brownish blackish, but my beard is brown with spots of red. Isn't that funny, Ziggy? Like I said, two of my closest friends, two of my best friends in the world, growing up, were both full-fledged gingers, like bright red hair, freckles, the whole 9 yards and everything like that. And I never thought I really truly fit in with them and belonged to them until I turned about 14 years old and started growing that beard, man, and I never felt like I belonged more in my life. Probably drank too much root beer and ate too many carrots as a kid. That's definitely not the problem, sweet love. My parents used to yell at me for carrots because I had to wear glasses when I was a kid. They told me that they didn't improve my eyesight and I refused to eat them. Not even a chicken crumb, not even one crumb, Danger Tater, not even one. The brown hair, red beard, is it a genetic thing? I guess so, Green Herring, yeah. Hey, Colt Max, how's it going, man? After this is done, then you need to go onto the Taco Bell diet and walk in pulling a porta potty from north to south. Listen, that's the only way you could do that diet, is if you were pulling a toilet behind you. Whew. That'd be brutal on the intestines. Starting going up here at 14. Yeah, I was a, how can I say this? Like, yeah, I was an early developer. I think I had armpit hair when I was 8 years old. And then I grew to the size I am now when I was like 12. I was a big kid, early developer. And now I'm an average sized adult. So, you know, I guess that's how that works out. Looks like even much cooler weather today. Hopefully the rain isn't too bad. Ah, it's not bad at all, Colt Max. Not bad at all. I actually like it. It's kind of refreshing after the weather that I've been in for the past couple of days. I actually have a rain jacket that I'm not even using right now because, well, it's really high humidity, so I started sweating inside the jacket and I didn't like it, so I took it off. If you eat too much carrot, your skin turns yellow. True fact. That is a true fact. Yeah, jaundiced. You can be confused for a jaundice patient for it. It's terrible. Starbucks closing public restrooms because people abuse the privilege. That's terrible, Mayor of Canada. Psh. Hey, Beat Bookie. Yes, we did. We are officially halfway through our journey across this United States of America. Loving your weather. I wish the rain would come south to cool down Arkansas. Sorry, splashed my truck. I'll tell you what's on it. You can have the rain. I don't want it. It's nice and relaxing and cooling and a nice change of pace from where we have been, but it makes streaming real iffy. I don't know how I feel about it. I'm a teeny tiny and probably will stay this way. That's not bad though, Stormy. That's not bad. All my brothers are huge. Well, Jacob's huge anyway. Brian's pretty big. Kyle is taller than I am, but skinnier and weighs a lot less, so I don't know. But I call them all Gigantors. I'm the runt of the litter. I wish Subway had carrots. Why does the Norway Navy have barcodes on the side of their ships so when they come back into port they can Scandinavian? Lol. It's a smart decision to stay out of the brutal heat. Russ probably did you good too. I know, Richie. It was so bittersweet though. I know in my heart, I know it's the right thing to do. I just hate doing it because I hate falling behind. I'm too competitive with myself. I wanted to stay as far ahead as humanly possible. But we made the right call, I know. Shorten it up, why do Norwegian ships have barcodes on the sides? I think it's Scandinavian. Lol. My kid ate so many carrots as a baby that a lot of people thought he had jaundice. That's horrible, Colfax. He's probably very healthy for it nowadays, though. That one scared me. Seeing the mist makes it a little more terrifying. Right, though? And hey, Mossy Froggies, how's it going? Alright, you guys ready for the first spiel in like 6 days? So for anyone who might be new to the channel here, just so you know what we're doing, we are currently walking across the continental United States of America. We left Boston, Massachusetts back on May 1st, and we are headed to the Santa Monica Pier in Santa Monica, California. The whole trip is going to span over 3,000 miles, take us anywhere from 5 to 6 months to complete, and we're doing it all eating nothing but food that you can buy at a Subway restaurant chain. All in partnership with a charity organization called Big City Mountaineers, which is an organization that takes kids and adolescents from underprivileged communities out on adventures in nature and the wilderness. It's a really cool organization, and I'm really happy to be sponsored or partnered with them. We are also sponsored by Subway now. They are paying for all of our food all the way across the country. They are donating $10,000 to the Big City Mountaineers charity organization, and they built us a custom made-to-order baby stroller, which is great because we use a baby stroller to push all of our gear and equipment in, so we don't have to carry it on our backs. Also, Mayor of Canada, that was a hawk screaming, but it was loud. Loud and proud hawk. When I went into the visitor center and museum for Atchison, Canada, there was a whole display there where they had a live eagle that they fed at like 8 o'clock in the morning, and the display was meant to share that the resurgence of the eagles in North America led to a large population of them along the Missouri. But while I was here, I did not see a one. Oh well. And thank you very much, T. Thank you for all of the info as well. I'm kind of staggered at what you have taken on. Hey, Mossy Froggies. Yeah, it's a bit of an undertaking. Today is day 86 of the journey, so we've been out here for a while. We do anywhere from like 20 to 30 miles a day, and yeah, it's been a lot of fun so far. There has definitely been some hardships. We have been beaten and knocked around quite a bit. But there's also been some great times and great experiences that I never, ever, ever in my life would have had I not taken on this endeavor. So far, I'm happy with it. Like you practiced it or something. Lol. Okay, let me tell you, man, I have practiced it so much now, I don't think it's even possible for me to really screw it up. Unless I was really, really tired or really, really out of it, which has happened before. Hey, you're Ice, how's it going? Hey, Shakedown Sheets. Glad to be back, my mans. Glad to be back. Back on the road again, you know? Making progress. You know, on his days off, he was practicing at least an hour a day. Actually, fun fact, T, the first day I had off, I literally spent 8 hours that day practicing Swahili. And that's all I did. For 8 hours. I was so bored, that's all I did. And then I rediscovered my love of my childhood game, RuneScape, the next day. And that's all I did for that next day, so not a whole lot of productivity going on. There were a few bald eagles on the area where I worked on the Mississippi, and boy, can I say what an ugly, overglorified bird. That truck is really close. I don't know if I agree with that, Ziggy. I live pretty close to a body of water back home in Mass. And we just last year had a bald eagle nest up on that body of water. And I think that thing is gorgeous, beautiful. They don't actually scream like a hawk though. They don't, their sound's a lot weirder. I think they're beautiful birds. We'll see if you remember at the 50th anniversary part of the Great Subway Walk where you're playing the free old school RuneScape. Yes, I was, Gecko. Yeah. Obviously, when I'm on the road, I can't really play it. Like tonight when I'm sleeping in the tent, I'm not going to be able to play it because it takes up too much battery. So I didn't want to pay for a membership if I'm not going to be able to play the game. So we just played the free version. Saw your food on Discord, look tasty. I still have my 18-year-old account. That's awesome, Snoopy Mouse Cook. I blame my friend and tech team Tim who loves that game and plays it non-stop. He goes on RuneScape benders for like 2 months where he'll play it non-stop, and then he won't touch it for another couple of months, and then he'll play again for 2 months. But I was thinking about him and talking to him over the past couple of days, and God, I got myself hooked on it again. Subs, Davey. I was just messing around with the kids. They did turn out pretty good though. My core kids were with me for a lol. I don't know, they look delicious. I'd give them a try, for sure. All that footage of eagles screaming is actually red-tailed hawk calls. Yeah, exactly, green herring, exactly. They don't sound like that. It's addictive. It is Snoopy Mouse Click. And that's the problem, because now I'm like itching, but I know I can't play it when I'm in the tent. I know I can't. I would waste way too much power. Power I need to save for the stream. It's a red-tailed hawk you hear when you see a bald eagle on TV. Yeah! Sorry, Pookie, I knew you were texting it at the same time. Lol. Do you use any apps that pay you to walk? I don't, Colt Max. I did, someone talked about them a couple of weeks ago, I think. And I should have looked into them, but I didn't because I'm bad at that kind of stuff. But no, I'm just out here walking. I have a pedometer app running that's tracking my steps and all that, but I don't get paid for them. I think right now, David, we were averaging 23 miles a day. 23. But it's less than that if you include days off as well, so I don't know what the average is. Wow, guys, if this is what Kansas is like all the way through the state, I think I'm gonna love this state. This is great. Jim Dandy. Where did you say the next subway is? Wamego, Principal Matthew. Wamego. It's 80 miles away from the subway we stopped at this morning, so it's gonna take us a couple of days to get there. 3, maybe 4. I'm gonna try to do it in 3, but we'll see how my legs are feeling at the end of the day today. I always wondered how people played RuneScape. It was so dark. A few years later, I tried it on a new monitor. Turns out the old family monitor light was burned out from the start. That's funny, Ziggy. Lol. No, I used to binge it when I was a kid, but it's a dangerous game to get back into, especially when, you know, you have to work and do other things for a life. Who cares? You'll have legs of steels if you make it to the Pacific. Mossy Froggies, I'm telling you, I'm already in the best shape of my life. My calves are like hardened battleships, man. They're crazy. Can't afford to eat out with my guys. Much cheaper to cook at home. Yeah. Maybe you see all still melting. It does not look like Kansas to me unless the Wizard of Oz was filmed in southern Texas. Hey Shayna, how's it going? Shayna Bold. Yeah, I had a feeling, Richie, that this is not what it was going to be like the rest of the state. Hey, Shayna 208. We got both the Shaynas in. Oh, that's nice, Davey. I'm glad to hear that. You guys aren't dying anymore. Are you following Highway 4 to just outside of Topeka, or are you running on to Highway 116 long before that? Let me take a look. I'm a little bit afraid of touching my phone right now because I'm afraid I'm going to, like, hit a wet spot. Hit a wet spot and everything's gonna blow up, but let's take a look at the map. I miss playing with all my friends during the heyday of RuneScape. That's what I'm saying. Tiny little shoulders. Yeah, it's not great. All right, hold on, let's see. So we are gonna go 59 all the way down to Nortonville. In Nortonville 15, we're turning on to Route 4 instead of staying down at 59. And we're gonna take that into Valley Falls. And then we're gonna go down into, I don't know. We're not gonna go as far down as Topeka. We're taking the back roads. Oh God, that's gonna be interesting. North of Rock Creek, we're gonna start taking back roads all the way until we hit 24 again near Bellevue. That's the plan. Got an AC Smart Grill. Homemade lasagna with garlic bread. Nice. Wilderness was the most fun. Nice, nice. I'm just starting out again, Snoopy, so no wilderness for me. I think I got my account to like level 30 in 3 or 4 days, which was, I thought was pretty good. Like 3 days? 2 days maybe? I don't know. There's a Subway in Meriden. I don't think we're walking to Meriden. Let me see real quick. Are we going through Meriden? Where is Meriden? Oh, yeah, we're not, we're turning off one of the back roads north of Rock Creek, so we're not gonna make it down into Meriden, unfortunately. Making homemade pasta on Sunday, spaghetti and lasagna and pizzas for my youngest birthday. Oh, nice. Happy birthday to your youngest, T. K4 to 133rd Street. I've been playing old school RuneScape, Snoopy. Old school. A few miles north of Rock Creek. Why am I, on my map it says Meriden is south of Rock Creek. Am I looking at this? It's upside down? What's going on? Mine's saying I got, what was it, like Valley something to the north, then Rock Creek, then Meriden after that. Nice, you're gonna post on Discord to your road. Yeah. Hey, Jeddak, yeah. Keep it on, keep it on. Great seeing your progress. Keep up the great work. Thank you very much, Jeddak. I appreciate it. And you know we will. We're just gonna keep on walking, one foot in front of the other, one day after the next. And that's how we get to Santa Monica. So here's what time should we be there? Wonder what signal you will get from Rock Creek to Bellevue. Yeah. That's kind of the area I'm a little bit worried about, Richie. That's kind of the area I'm worried about. Yep. If I get pizza food, it's only because no one has made their way to the kitchen yet. I'll try. Lol. South of Rock. Okay, all right. I'm not crazy then. So yeah, so we could, in theory, then I guess, Principal Matthew, we could go down to Meriden and then follow Route 4 down to like around Topeka and take that west. That's gonna add a lot of time to our trip. That's like adding like 2 or 3 days to our trip, though. I don't think I want to do that. It's a problem. Keep eating. Well, have you got for food to make? Yeah. Thank you. So I'm definitely worried about service in that area, but I don't know. Like having one day without streaming because there's really bad service in the area is probably worth not adding 3 days onto the trip. It's a tough one though. It's a tough one. Plus we'll see. Even if it's like in a remote area, at least if it's flat, there's a good chance that we'll have service. But who knows? I feel the same way, exactly the same way, T. I do all the cooking in the house with me and the GF back home, and I absolutely hate it. I hate it. I just don't like what she cooks. Lol. Hey, Giving a Fly, how's it going? Happy cloudy Monday. Cloudy and rainy. Can't forget the rainy. But still, beautiful. You know, in one way or another. I'm loving it out here. See, the problem is, Davey, in my household, my girlfriend and I have two very distinctly and competitive recipes for how to cook mashed potatoes, which are my favorite food in the entire world. And as far as I'm concerned, you don't mess with the recipe. And whenever she's allowed to cook, if she's making mashed potatoes, she makes them the wrong way. So I have to do all the cooking in the house, otherwise I have to eat bad potatoes. And that's just how it goes. Similar problem. Lol. We have to wear our goggles if my husband cooks. He seems to think everything he should be cooked at the highest temp and finish cooking when the smoke detector goes off. I can't say anything to you. Sometimes you get lazy and you're like, 20 minutes to cook? I don't want to take 20 minutes. Pump that heat up. And I've definitely smoked the house out once or twice, but you know, it is what it is. It's a new color of gravel on the side of the road. I actually don't know if it's a new color or if it's just that color now because it's wet. We haven't seen wet in a very long time. It's been very dry and very hot. Does she make instant potatoes? No, she's just. I have a recipe, Robot Copy Chef. For 2.5 pounds of potatoes, I throw in 8 ounces of butter, and I throw in 8 ounces of cream cheese, right? And I whip those things up, really put them through the blender. I don't want any lumps in my potatoes, make them as smooth as humanly possible, and serve that up, and they are thick, boy. They are thick, boy, potatoes with 3 C's. Oh my God, it feels like you're just eating, like, I don't know, cement. It's awesome. I love the feeling. She doesn't like them so much. She thinks they're a little too heavy because she's petite. So she just makes hers with like butter and water, and they're gross. Also love you, Carrie, but they're gross. How's your recipe for mash? Yes, right there, that's it. 8 ounces of butter, 8 ounces of cream cheese with 2.5 pounds of potatoes. Whip them up. I typed in cat. There you go. Lol. Have you ever tried Bob Evans microwave mashed potatoes? You can get at the grocery store. They are awesome and easy to fix. I have actually, Richie. Yeah, they are pretty good. They're not bad in a pinch. But I'll tell you what, they aren't my cream cheese potatoes, that's for sure. You ever got the salt and pepper, Sean? I don't know. I don't usually cook with salt and pepper unless like the recipe calls for it to. The reason I don't is because you can add salt and pepper afterwards for taste, and everyone wants a different level of salt and pepper, so I just let them do it themselves. My wife is so worried about salmonella and stuff that her chicken and pork are usually closer to jerky. Yes, Carrie's the same way, Colt Mac. She does the exact same thing. I don't know if this is cooked enough. Next thing I know, I'm being handed a charred thing of chicken, black carrots, and mashed potatoes that taste like I'm just drinking water. Gross. It's like buying the wrong potatoes. They're so good, Shayna. They're so good. You don't mess with the recipe. If she bakes them, have her cover the dish with aluminum foil or use a slow cooker. Nah, yeah. My oven doesn't get a whole lot of use. I usually stovetop everything. The only time my oven gets used is pizza rolls. Cooks thoroughly and keeps it moist. Nice. Also, you know what's really sad, T, is I got ice water in the Camelback right now, and it's awesome, and I love it. But if I'm not going to be at another Subway for like 4 days, I'm not going to have ice water for like 4 days. Single tier. I wish I had one of those 30-second Subway ovens. Actually, me too, Danger Tater. Those things are kind of amazing. They cook those things up in no time at all. I'm a little bit afraid, Danger Tater. If I had one of those ovens, though, I would literally make everything in it. It'd be like a toaster oven. I'd just pop it in there and call it a day. I encourage her to use the crock pot or instant pot every chance I get. Remember before your journey in training, you got ill eating Indian takeaway? Yeah, I did, yeah. Oh, I did. Did you hear, Sean? I was drinking up the last of my ice water and heading to the fridge to get more. Lol. It's sad, T. It's so sad. It's such a nice little, like, that's a nice little convenience, though. You know how they say, like, learn to appreciate the little things? Well, it's a trip like this that really makes you appreciate the little things. Something as simple as ice in my water is, like, world-changing to me. Kind of crazy, but I kind of like it. I'm sure you pass lots of shops on your way where you can get some ice. It's so a worthy buy. We'll see, Tia. I don't think that I will. So I think, like, I'm going to try to get to Nortonville today, which is what Rufus was just talking about. But I think once I get past Nortonville, I don't think I'm passing a single shop until I get to Wamego. I think it's going to be, like, remote. Did you get to read all of Sean's tweets yet? What's up with the lack of subways in Kansas? I got the desert lack of, but 40 miles should be a crime. Richie, the longest stretch on the entire trip is 196 miles, and it's gonna be like at the border in between Kansas and Colorado. It's crazy. What did you eat again? Oh, I don't remember, Davey. That was a long time ago. That was a long time ago. Just making sure he was following your orders to post them. I don't have a Twitter. I think I'm to date, aside from like the last 5 days. I didn't tweet anything because I wasn't doing nothing. We took them off. But in my tweet today, I will have today's results, and I will also have, something mentioning I took the past 5 or 6 days off. You tweet. We did it. I tried my best. Just imagine 100 years ago, a ship had to drag an iceberg from the North Pole so people could drink a mint and julep on their front porch. That's very, very, very true, Given a Fly. That's true. I mean, not so true for like people in the Northeast. You could just get your ice in the winter. Put it in an ice box and it'd generally last through the summer, but if you were in like Georgia or something in order to get ice, that's exactly what they had to do. It was crazy. Don't do socials at all. You know, Twitch is kind of a social gecko. Twitch is my only social interaction I've had for the past 86 days. Alright. At least it is Mississippi for ice. Disgusting. I don't know, Ziggy, I'm sure back then it wasn't as, I don't know, what's the word I'm looking for here? Polluted, I guess? Yeah, so close, Tater. And Ziggy, I'm scared to drink out of the rivers out here. For one, pesticides and runoff from like farmlands is scary, but also like the amount of silt you guys have in the rivers here. The brown rivers, I've never seen them before in my life. Before I hit like, Indiana, really. I hadn't seen them before. So many miles. Got its revenge on 4/14/1912. Is that the day of the Titanic? Lol. I like the taste of dirt in my eyes. That's what I'm saying, man. Those silty rivers, they scare me a bit. Like if you've ever drunken from like a really silty water source or a well or something like that before, sometimes it feels like the silt gets stuck to the back of your throat, and that feeling can hang around for like a couple of days. It's gross, and I'm afraid if I drank from the river that'd happen. An electric pressure cooker, but has many other features. Also, T, I thought you'd be proud of me. I was up and out of the hotel at 8:30 this morning. Like fully packed and out the door at 8:30. I thought that was pretty good. I don't discriminate. Jokes are all shades are welcome. Yeah, I'm noticing that as well, Richie. I don't want to hang out in the dirt, but I guess I have to if a long string of cars like that comes along again. That's alright, we'll be okay. I think the farther away we get from the city of Atchison, the less traffic we'll see. Had to Google it, haven't seen any of those around here before. Nice. My newest best friend is foil. I put it at the bottom of pans, also easier cleanup. My mom did that with everything growing up, T. She cooked everything on foil because she was like, all she had to do was let it cool down after it was done cooking and take it right on out of the baking sheet, and that was it. That's the cleanup right there. Throw it away. Seems like cheating to me. Where's the struggle of having to clean the baking sheet if you don't have to clean the baking sheet? All right. All right, forget everything I said about less traffic. We're just gonna get more semis. Easier clean off, self-blasting in the oven. Lol. Same here, I guess I just need to get her to start putting it over the food too. Lol. Guys, I will say my legs are feeling just like a little bit more robotic than usual, if that makes sense. Like my joints feel a little bit more clicky, and my calf muscles are a little bit, I don't know, harder. They're not as loosened up, I guess. So I think that's the result of taking such a long break. So let's not do that again. Really do need more rest. Sorry, Sean. No worries, Steve. So we're gonna try to break our legs loose here. It's just the old age, Dad. How's it going, maniacal? Lol. I think it's the 5-day break. I think that's what's beating us up a little bit, but that's okay. They'll loosen up again. Hot tub loosen you too much? You know what? Actually, you're probably right, Danger Tater. That's probably the issue. I only used the hot tub like twice. And it was both within like the first 2 days I was there. So maybe my legs loosened up in the hot tub, and then when I went back into like the air conditionings, they stiffened up too much. That could be it. Wow, these cars are so close to me as well. Are you taking a multivitamin? I absolutely am, Kel. Yep, I am taking Centrum 1-A-Days just to make sure I'm getting all my nutritional values. The supplements. And I take them in pill form too, so that I don't have to worry about them being considered eating something that's not Subway. Slower walk today, maybe ease back into it. Yeah, maybe, T, maybe. I hate those. I hate thinking those thoughts. I hate reading those words. Slower walk. Psh. I want speed. I got a need for speed, baby. My butt feels much better for not sitting on a stool for 5 days watching the stream. Oh, well, I'm glad your butt got a break, Miz. There you go. Lol. Why do you sit on a stool? Because my feet hurt if I sit. Supplements. That actually sounds kind of nice, Ziggy. I'm down for some supplements. Sounds juicy and minty fresh. All right, another thing that we have to consider, by the way. I've been told that finding camping spots in Kansas might get particularly hard, especially when we get into the flatter sections, but it could get hard. So we're gonna have to keep an eye out for available spots to camp in. Trees, nothing but trees. No, so this guy, he's good 60 miles behind schedule. But just an extra mile all day will even it all out. Exactly, Colt Max. See, you get it. No, I'm going to try to get like 25 miles in for like the next 3 or 4 days. If I can get more than that, like that'd be great. If I can make it to Amigo in 3 days instead of 4. If I can do 80 miles in 3 days instead of 4, I'm going to be a happy man. Don't need a campsite, just hold on to a power line like a squirrel. Hey Finster, how's it going? Oh boy. You know, Maniacal, I was talking to some of the locals in town the other day, yesterday, and they were talking about the tornadoes they get here in Kansas. And it made me think it might be a good idea to just camp by a utility pole every night, just in case. Make that my permanent home. Just run a marathon each day. You know what, Colt Max, though? There was a person recently that did that. They ran one marathon every day for like a month straight, and that's insane to me that someone could do that. That is absolutely insane. Did you ever prank someone by putting a ketchup packet under the toilet seat? Personally, I have not, Ziggy, but I've heard about that. I heard it's a great one. Now, Ziggy, consider an amendment to that break, though. Have you ever heard of anyone taking the black sauce packet from Taco Bell, the really, really hot sauce one, and using that underneath the toilet seat instead of the ketchup? Almost set, thank you, though. I appreciate it. Nice guy. There's a lot of traffic behind him, but he offered me a drive-by ride. Ooh. Diablo ain't that hot? Alright, well that's fair. Might as well be Vaseline. Alright, well, I meant take a really hot sauce. Thank you very much, man, I appreciate it. Take a really, really, really hot sauce, even if it ain't the Diablo one, and use that instead of ketchup. That way when they sit on it and it explodes, you burn their anus. Have you considered that one? Is the point I was trying to get across. But also on a side note, guys, I think this is my favorite type. Like, aside from the roadway not being great and being really busy and the shoulder not being super wide, I think this like environment is my favorite type of environment to walk through. No corn, trees on the side, beautiful landscapes, some nice farmhouses. It's cool out. I'm not dying. It's pretty nice. Now the prank was just fake blood in the bowl. Now the prank is when you sit on it, the packet explodes all over their butt. And they gotta spend minutes wiping ketchup off their butt. Apparently the marathon thing is pretty common. I saw a commercial for fruit veggie pills about a guy running consecutive marathons from Alabama to Utah. That is insane, Colt Max. First of all, okay, let me put it this way. The idea of running a single marathon is insane to me. The idea that there are people out there that could run a marathon, the idea that I know people out there that have run marathons is insane to me. I can't run any more than like a mile tops. So one marathon is insane, but doing that every day for 30 days, my God. Now you're burning buttholes. Well, like I said, Danger Tater, I've never done it. But what I will say is we did get into a bit of a prank wars in college, and I'm a big fan of hot sauce, so I had a hot sauce that was literally, the name of it was called the hottest effing sauce in the world, was the name of the sauce. And so my pranks often revolved around the use of that hot sauce. I had someone borrow it to put it in someone's toothpaste, so when they brushed their teeth, they were brushing their teeth with hot sauce. That was a good one. Putting it in their food when they went to eat it at the chow hall. That was a good one, you know. Classic stuff like that. So all of a sudden, whenever someone brings up pranks nowadays, my mind just automatically goes to, all right, put hot sauce in it. I have a colleague who does Ironman. That's insane, Zuby Mouse Click. This guy was doing 76 consecutive marathons. His name is Tom Jones. Well, Tom Jones is a madman. Gold Max. Absolutely insane, and you can tell him I said so. You can tell him that the man walking across the country eating nothing but Subway told him he was insane. It's nice. No traffic, just the sound of a screaming rooster in the background. It reminds me of him. I could definitely see how it might be hard to find a camping spot here though. Like, I'm just looking at the environment I'm walking through, and it's a little bit more hilly than we're used to, which means that trying to find a flat spot is going to be harder. But more than that, it's open and people can see for miles in these spots. So we might have to dig ourselves into some tree trenches or something like that in order to try to camp out for the night. But on the bright side, and given it might just be because it's raining, but the bugs in Kansas don't seem too bad right now. So that hill, how dare this state give us more hills? This ain't bad. This ain't bad, Miz. I've actually heard that a lot of Kansas is like this. It's pretty flat, but still slightly uphill. Just getting you ready for the Rockies. So, yeah. He honked at us. Nice catch, Ziggy. That scared me. He was too close to me to honk. I need to see them coming and feel a honk coming before it happens. You can't sneak up on me like that. I like it. It's a good choice, Aaron. It's a good choice. I find I can't eat too many of the great garlics in a row because there's a lot of garlic on them. And I like a lot of garlic, but if I have like 2 or 3 of them, whew, the breath do stank. But it is a good choice. I like the bacon. It's a nice touch. All right. I think, I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but I'm thinking in Kansas we might have to, for the first time ever, resort to the knocking on people's doors and asking them if we can set up a tent on their property. It's going to be a weird thing. I'm not used to doing it. We might have to. We might not have a choice. Problem is I have to think about this ahead of time and decide whether or not I'm going to do it, because otherwise what I'll do is I'll keep pushing it off and pushing it off and pushing it off, and eventually it'll be 9 o'clock at night. And then when you start knocking on people's doors at 9 o'clock at night, you get even more aggressive responses than when you knock on them earlier in the day. So we got to make the decision pretty early. Oh, we still got a lot of miles to go. No, Richie. Actually, believe it or not, I think they just changed the law in Missouri. So Missouri there was. In Kansas, there really isn't. But the problem is there's just not a lot of public land in Kansas. All the land has been attributed to private ownership. So trying to like find conservation land or something like that, it's hard. So normally in a case like that, we may, wink wink, resort to like stealth camping. But stealth camping does not, I'm looking around right now, it does not seem like it's going to be an option because the state is just so opened up. People can see for miles. So we'll see. It's just going to be, interesting. We'll see. I'm not gonna worry about it until it comes time to find a spot to camp. That marathon guy is 59. Now I just feel like a lazy bum. I don't run unless something is chasing me. No, that's a good one. You know what, Colt Max, I'm gonna appease myself by saying that's a good way to be. You should only run if something's chasing you or if you have a specific reason to run. Anyone else, they're the ones with the problem. They're the insane ones. It ain't us. We're good, we're healthy, we're doing what we need to do. It's them. Guy needs a car wash. All right. On the bright side, though, I see some clear sunshine over to our, what I assume is our north. It's kind of hard to use the sun to navigate when you can't see the sun. I've also made that horrible mistake I make sometimes where where when I'm putting water into my Camelback, I accidentally press the lemonade spigot. Now, I didn't fill up the whole thing with lemonade, but we definitely got a couple of spurts in there. Alright, this ain't bad, T. This hill ain't bad. God. Okay. Hey Kyle, we're doing fantastic, man. We were forced to take like pretty much the past week off. I think we took 5 or 6 days off for excessive heat, like temperatures over 100 degrees. And then because we were taking some time off, Carrie decided to fly out to Kansas City and take a rent-a-car up to meet us in Atchison, Kansas. So we got to see Carrie for a while, which was really, really cool. And now we are back on the road in the rain for the first time since our 6-day break started in Atchison. Awesome. Yeah, it was awesome. So we're feeling good. A little stiff, but good, you know? Good to be back on the road. Hey, Ollie can't miss. How's it going, man? Poor possum, yeah. How are the legs doing? Like I said, a little stiff, but good. Where do we sleep? So, Ollie can't miss. We have spent, what did I say earlier, 23 nights in a hotel of the 86 days we've been out here so far. So that's 62. And then we have spent 5 nights, 63. We've spent 5 nights with friends and family, which means we have spent 58 nights on the side of the road in a tent and a sleeping bag. Sorry, I gotta do the math like that every time someone asks the question. But that's the mix. 58 nights in a sleeping bag and tent on the side of the road, 23 in a hotel, and 5 with friends and family. Make some soup out of that roadkill, Sean. Like there, you can't buy roadkill at a Subway. I can't eat it. It's not, they don't sell it. Lol. Are you able to grab some Gatorade or Powerade from the Subways or just drink water? Nope, I can grab, Cold Max, I can grab drinks from anywhere. So even if I'm passing by a gas station, I can grab water there. And the reason I have that stipulation is because you can only go 3 days without water. Realistically, you could go up to like a month without food. I mean, you would be much worse for wear, and I would not recommend ever doing it, but you could. But you can only go 3 days without water. So we need to be a little bit more lenient on the drinking than we did on the food. Also, I don't know if I could go 6 months without grabbing an occasional 1 cold beer as like a celebration, so I kept drinking off the table. Hey, I just like cats. How's it going? And yeah, Ollie can't miss. It's been a heck of a trip, man. We are big truck. Sorry, we just passed by the halfway point, by the way. So we are like halfway done with our trip across the country, and we only have another halfway to go. So another 2.5 to 3 months on the road, and we're gonna be there and done. You're a skinny boy now. I think you can make it 10 days. Well, let's not find out, Kyle. let's keep on stuffing our face. We're in a pretty big stretch right now. The last subway we went to this morning in Atchison, but the next one isn't for 80 miles from that location in Wamego. So we got ourselves 10 subs in a bag. It's turkey and bacon. There's no veggies on them because the veggies go bad. I got 10 cups of ranch on the side that hopefully hold, because they're, 3 days into this, that's what's going to help the sandwich go down. And that's what we're looking forward to the next couple of days. Did cars stop and ask if you need a ride? I dislike cats. Probably about 20 minutes ago, actually, a car stopped and asked us if we needed a ride. Happens all the time. Making food now. Enjoy your walk and stay safe, man. Yeah, sounds good, Davey. Have a good day, man. Subway nice enough to also pay for the drinks in their stores or just the food? Nope, anything I buy at a Subway location, they pay for. And they cover the cost of it all. I forgot the last stream saver's name, but thanks to him, my littles are loving body armor. They like the fruit punch. That was Schmitty's tea. And yeah, I've been digging it. Although, I'll be honest with you, I have not gotten another one since. But I did like it. Thanks, Exeter. Yeah, we made it. It took us a while. It took us over 80 days. I think it took us exactly 80 days to make it halfway, but we did it. And you know what? Now that we only have the Rockies and the Mojave Desert and the other deserts and the Grand Canyon in front of us, this is going to be the easier half, Schmitty's, yeah. Did the GF buy you a lot of beers last weekend to take? I don't know if that's why she bought me the beers. She also didn't buy me the beers, but she offered. Lol. But we did have our fair share of drinks, for sure. You needed beers? Lol. How do the Subway staff at each location know to give you a discount, or is it a reimbursement basis? I Dislike Cats, they sent me an e-gift card, and it has a QR code, and at each Subway I just scan that QR code, and that's how they pay for it. The gift card is good for $500, and anytime it starts running low, they just replenish it back up to $500. And it never expires, so I can just keep on using it. Glad to see you in better temps for your walk. Mini blazes, whew. I have not seen 70 degrees since New York, I think. This is nice. This is beautiful. The more scenic half coming up. That's very true. The more scenic half. I'm a little worried that we're getting into rougher signals, but the scenic half, yes. And I think actually I was being sarcastic when I said the easier half, but I actually do think that the first half of this next half is going to be easier. Like Kansas is going to be pretty flat, I think. And then even eastern Colorado is going to be pretty flat before you hit the Rockies, so we should be pretty good. Did you get your weight before you started, and what is it at now? I did get it before I started. I was 213.8 pounds, I believe. But the last time I weighed myself was on day 31 in Cleveland, Ohio, where I weighed 184.2. So I had lost like 29.6 pounds in 31 days. Since then, we started eating a little bit more, so hopefully we're not losing that much, but I am definitely way lighter than when I started. Happy for you, bro. It's all going well so far. And it's only going to keep getting better, Mini Blazes. That's what I keep telling myself, and that's how I sleep at night. What do you mean, Owl Exeter? I'm excited. I've never been to the desert before. Or at least not since I was a kid, anyway. Maybe she needed the beers to get past the roads. I had showered multiple times before she got there, Gecko. Are you going to get a 12x12 Subway tattoo on your back to get the lifetime subs? Believe it or not, Colt Max, I thought about it. That would be a hell of a tattoo to get for my first tattoo ever. There are no scales in the hotel so far? No, they don't. It's probably a good policy, Gecko. I can only imagine that if hotels had scales, right, that people would complain and write bad reviews about the hotel based on the fact that they didn't like the weight they saw. But nope, no scales so far. I did go to a Walmart a couple days ago. I guess I could have used the scale there. I didn't even think about it. You know what I'm going to do, Gecko? I'm going to wait until I go to a produce stand. And I'm going to find where they have one of those, like, hanging baskets that they used to weigh the fruit. And I'm just going to hop on in that and sit in it and use that to weigh me. Just stop at a Dollar General and weigh yourself there, or Walmart then. Do they have scales at Dollar General? Is that a thing? Well, to be honest with you, T, I kind of like the idea of flying blind. Not knowing what my weight is until I get to Santa Monica and then having the whole surprise. Probably not healthy to do that because then I can't monitor it super well, but I kind of like the idea. Sure, they sell them, that's true. Are you going to wait or wait? Lol. Are we there yet? So close, Danger Tater, we're about halfway. If you think about it though, Danger Tater, I was saying this the other day, man, we really only have Kansas left, Colorado left. I'm not gonna count the smallest states because we're barely touching them, Arizona and California. It's like 4 states, man, that's nothing. Make it through there in no time at all. We're basically to California. Nowhere here. Cool plant thing, yeah, I don't know what it is, but it is cool. Weighing another hanging fruit. This joke sounds bad. Oh boy. Oh God, no. Guys, I see it in the distance. The corn, it's back. It's back, baby. Cargill Grain Terminal Elevator. This facility is capable of loading out 110 car unit grain trains. You know, I guess that makes sense considering we are walking alongside the railroad. Oh, I forgot to tell you guys. So do you remember the last day that we streamed, right when we were walking right next to that railroad? When we got passed by that double-decker train that literally went by us for like 20 minutes. Well, I was coming out of a Subway one day and I had to go to a Walmart, and they had a bird scooter that was like across the street by another hotel that was close to the Subway. So I decided to go from that, grab a bird scooter, and go to the Walmart. Oh God. As I was crossing the street, a train started going. And I got stuck waiting there in 110-degree heat. Sun beating down on me the entire time, nowhere to grab any shade, waiting for one of those giant long double-decker trains to pass. And my God, was it long. It took forever. You missed the corn when you were surrounded by sand. Lol. When you look at it, that way you are almost there. Just ignore the 15. Yeah, right, Colmax, it's that easy. Just ignore the actual mileage and we're almost there. The main track on the left is what's left of the Santa Fe's old Topeka Atchison line. This line was intended by Cyrus K. Holiday himself to the beginning of his great railroad empire stretching from Missouri River to the west coast and the Texas Gulf. Nice. Well, you know, Danger, there are people out there that they love their trains. They love their trains. So like I said, I got a couple of friends back home that are that used to be train conductors, and they used to say that there was a group of people, or there were multiple groups of people that timed trains and knew exactly when they were going to be passing through, exactly where they were going to be passing through at any given point in day. And you could see them, and every day they would show up in like their cars, and they would sit there and they would watch the train pass. They'd get back in their car, drive to the next spot they knew it was going to cross. They'd get out, they'd watch the train pass again, and they basically just played leapfrog with the trains so that they could watch them pass and go by. And that was an interesting hobby of theirs. Sean, not seeing you in a few days. Thought maybe you decided to just camp at a Subway for a while. Hey, to Hawk Titan. Yeah, so we took like 5 or 6 days off to avoid having to walk in a giant heat wave that came through here where it was like 100 degrees. And then while we were taking that, my girlfriend took the opportunity to fly on out here to Kansas City and then rented a car and drove up to Atchison to stay with us for 2 days and a night. So that was really, really nice. It was a nice little break. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, Dog Titan, it kind of killed me to do it. I hate taking days off because I hate slowing down, but I have to take days off occasionally, and if it's over 100 degrees, it's probably smart to not walk. Unfortunately. What do you call a magician who loses his magic? Ian, lol. There are a lot of live train cams on YouTube that people can watch 24/7. That's crazy, yeah. I mean, everyone likes what they like, right, Richie? I'm not a big train guy myself, but some people love them. Well, Doc, I had already been in the hotel for a couple of days before she came in. So I was already showered and was already bright and clean and bushy-tailed before she came up. Lol. I say full well knowing I'm watching a man walk across the country. That's true. This is the same guy who is David who lost his ID. Lol. Dav. I guess you're right though, Ziggy. I guess in a way it's similar, right? Train spotting and watching a guy walk across the country, that's true. I occasionally watch rail channels on YouTube, however much prefer trolleys. Ooh, trolleys are fun. There's a, I grew up in the city of Lowell, right? And the city of Lowell is all, they love their historical sections and their historical sector. They claim to have the first two citizens to die in the Civil War were from Lowell, and they're buried at the center of the city. And then they have like the textile mills and all the Industrial Revolution stuff. So they still have the old-timey, old-school trolley system set up throughout the city, and you can ride it. It's like super cheap. You can ride it anytime you want. So I used to do that a lot when I was a kid. Do I remember you saying you went to the Titanic Museum in Human Forge? I absolutely did, Richie, yeah. Went there with the girlfriend and her dad. My wife's grandfather was a train engineer from steam to diesel. The stop, look, listen rule was due to a crash involving his train, not his fault. Oof. Well, at least he's, at least he was part in making the rule. I was watching a live train cam. I was near the Alps. I think it was daylight there while it was still in the States. It was just getting dark. It was still fun to watch though, even though it wasn't actually live. Interesting. Sean should upgrade his stream from 1080p to 4K in January. It could be his New Year's resolution. I don't think that one's on me, Gecko. That's on the service providers. They got to get a lot stronger before I can stream in 4K. Lol. I just started watching train videos on YouTube. I met Virginia. Lol. I love that joke. That was a good one. I'm a big music guy. Hey, soul sister, ain't that Mr. on the radio? Stereo, the way you move ain't fair, you know. Good stuff. School bus full of kids in Spring City pulled on top of the tracks in front of him. He was blowing his whistle and ringing his bell, and the kids were yelling at the bus driver to stop. Some didn't make it. Oof. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Doc. That is terrible. That was a terrible situation to be in, of course. I'm just soaking this in, guys. I don't know when the next time I'm going to see 70-degree temperatures is. We're literally heading for the Rockies in the desert right after that. Oh, I love it. I love it. Did you like it? Thinking about going there to see the sights the week of my birthday in August. Mountain looks cool too. Richie, I was a big fan of Pigeon Forge. So when you go to Pigeon Forge, for one thing, there's a ton of stuff to do in Pigeon Forge. It's an entire strip that's all like Hollywood movie based. If you like Dolly Parton, Dollywood is right there. That was a really fun time. I liked Dollywood a lot. But if you drive through Pigeon Forge, on the other side of it, you come into the town of Gatlinburg. And Gatlinburg is a lot of German influences, and that's like really when you start getting into the mountains is Gatlinburg. They have Aubert Gatlinburg, which has like a shopping plaza at the top of the mountain, and it's a ski mountain, but in the off season it's a really cool place to go to check out and drink and stuff like that. Obviously the food down there is amazing. They have some really good barbecue in that area. But the reason I liked it, or one of the reasons I liked it, is that they have the Old Smoky Moonshine Distillery there. And there's like 6 different locations in Pigeon Forge and Gatlinburg. And you can do the taste testings of the moonshines they make out there. And you can also do the beef jerky outlets that they have there. You can do tastings there as well. So, and they're all free. You don't have to spend money to do the tastings. Actually, I think the Old Smoky Moonshine might be like $10 to do the tasting, but it ain't bad. It's a pretty good way to go. Cab view from the Bergen line and Flame Railway. Nice. Hey, Flip, how's it going, man? I've been to Gatlinburg and Pigeon Forge a lot. Oh, I'm sorry. So I live close. It's a really cool spot to Hawkshead, and I really, really like it. I remember downloading that 10 years ago. It was the largest file I've ever seen. Lol. Wife was related to Dolly. That's a really cool connection to have to Hawkshead. And I love Dolly Parton. Big fan. They have a great mountainside coaster. Yeah. Oh, that's true. I didn't get to do the mountainside. Oh no, I did do the mountainside coaster. I did. Yeah, while I was out there at over at Gatlinburg. Moonshine, it's delicious, Richie. Don't knock it till you try it. I mean, they have one that's called the Blue Flame, which is like 128 proof, which is the highest they can legally make moonshine and still be able to sell it. So I wouldn't recommend that one, although I've had it and it's a great time if you're looking to get, you know, drunk. But if you're just looking to taste it, they have some awesome selections, like watermelon flavored moonshine, and it tastes like candy and stuff like that. It's good stuff. Apple pie moonshine, yep, that's a good one too. Thanks to the stream, I'm going to name my new puppy 5 miles, so then I can tell everyone that I walked 5 miles every day. I like it, Gecko. Lol. At 195 proof, it'll knock you down, and that it will. 195 proof, what is that? That's quick maths. 95, 2.5, 97.5%. You'll definitely wake up feeling that one, Doc, and that's for sure, for sure. I like the Blue Flame, though. That was a good one. I tried to get it when I went back there, but it was out of season, so I couldn't get it. Unfortunately. One shot and you can still breathe and you'll fall off your stool in 3 minutes. I believe it. Whew. My one problem with Pigeon Forge is I like old school country music, but I do not like stadium country music, like the newer style of stuff. And everywhere you went in Pigeon Forge or Gatlinburg, they were playing stadium country music. And Pigeon Forge and Gatlinburg would have been my favorite vacation spot. Perfect, beautiful, amazing, if it wasn't for that. Also, the first time I went there, we were driving back from Mardi Gras from Louisiana, and my girlfriend and I were just like, oh, where do you want to stop? We have some time to kill before we can make it back, drive back home. We were like, let's try Pigeon Forge. Sounds great. So we stopped there. We grabbed a hotel for the night, and the only one that was available was Mardi Gras. Not Mardi Gras, sorry. Jimmy Buffett's Margaritaville. That was it. So we stayed in Margaritaville in Pigeon Forge, and that was an interesting time. The second time we went back, we got a cabin up in Gatlinburg, and that was a much more enjoyable experience. 138 proof is where it is at. Low. Probably have 10 jars of Old Smoky downstairs. Apparently I like to buy moonshine more than I like to drink it. I don't blame you there though, Colt Max. That stuff can be, whew, that stuff can be hard to get through. I had a thing, Colt Max, where that Old Smoky, they make moonshine pickles, which is where they brine cucumbers into pickles in moonshine. And those are pretty crazy. I used to make sandwiches out of those when I bought that for one summer. That was a fun time. I don't know if you've ever gotten drunk eating sandwiches before, but it was a hell of an experience. Hey, Hockey Mom 06, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it. Appreciate you, and welcome to the walk. Put some in my car, made the knock go away, and ran better. Lol. Never heard that before. Now I have to have them. Sorry, the difference with what, Richie? I was talking too much there. I forget what I said. Sometimes I do that. Oh, the difference in music, stadium country versus old style country. Old style country has like steel guitar, mandolin, It's got a lot more emotion and soul. Old style country is like, you know, Glenn Campbell, Johnny Cash, George Strait, Alan Jackson, that kind of country. New style is more like Keith Urban, that stadium country style. I'm just not a fan. It's too poppy. They use the same chord progressions in every song, and it's not great. There's a small branch of like outlaw country revivalists. That's like Sturgill Simpson and Chris Stapleton, and they're okay, but I don't like that Keith Urban style, Keith Urban brand. I went to a birthday party on the weekend and I'm feeling a little bit delicate. Oh God, what do you mean by delicate, Flip? I'm scared to ask. Like a little hungover, you mean? A lot of cactus. Oh, I gotcha. Lol. Well, I'm glad you had some fun, man. Glad you had some fun. Welcome to Parnell, Kansas. We hope you enjoy your visit. Now leaving Parnell, Kansas. We hope you enjoyed your visit. You know what? First of all, Matthew, I did. It was wonderful. It was a wonderful place. Patsy Cline, Johnny Cash, George Jones, little Jimmy Dickens, fun stuff. Yeah. That's all good stuff. Give me some Merle Haggard or Johnny Cash any day for sure. That's good stuff. I can get behind that. Absolutely, Richie. It's that Keith Urban stuff. Keith Urban. I can't even remember any of the other people. I think there was a band, Old Dominion, Keith Urban. What's her face? That one chick. I don't know because I don't listen to the music. My girlfriend, though, that's the problem, Richie, is my girlfriend loves that music. She loves that stadium country. So she was having a ball listening to that stuff, and she listens to it in the car and everything like that. It's a big fight we get into whenever we're in the car together. We all fight over the radio station. I can't stand it. Steely Dan, love me some Steely Dan, for sure, for sure. I think my wife helped with Country State of Mind or some Hank Jr. songs. She played music and wrote songs along with poetry. That's awesome. Shania is good. Shania's okay. That's 90s. That's still before the stadium country switch over. How about the Stanley Brothers? I don't actually know the Stanley Brothers, Flip. We need a Conway Twitty break. Did you ever listen to the lyrics of any Conway Twitty song and find out that they are all about either him being cheated on or him cheating on his wife or him getting women to cheat on their significant others? They're all about someone cheating on someone else. It's all about adultery. I see the want to in your eyes. Hey, where's my cheese? How's it going? The old school country is my kind of country too. Yeah, Prince of Matthew, it's good stuff. Driver controls the radio in my car. I always drive. I try to, but that one doesn't always work. Finally not seeing corn or both sides of the road. I wouldn't speak too soon. We're just in a break before corn, but I can see more coming up on the roadway right below the cell tower there. We got corn, baby. Well, I think stadium country, I think Garth Brooks, yeah, that's a very stadium country. All country now is 4 things: dirt, trucks, girls, and or beer. I can't stand it, and it's all these things. That's what I'm saying. Listen to the, there's a song, there's a couple of songs about it, right? There's Country Song by Bo Burnham, who's a comedian, that tells the story of how all stadium country is like just pandering music. But there's also a song by Alan Jackson featuring George Strait that's called Murder on Music Row. And it's all about how the new style of country music has, there was a murder committed down on Music Row. It was all about how the new style is killing country music. It's good. You should listen to that song. If you like country music, if you like George Strait, Alan Jackson, Murder on Music Row is a solid one. Good old Conway. I can handle some goth groups. I can't do it, T. Can't be cheated on if you don't date big things. You know? Yeah, I can't argue with that logic, Ziggy. Bo is fun. I love Bo. Yeah, Bo's a funny guy. Bo is a funny guy. Did you watch Inside by Bo? I think I did, Ziggy, but not for, it was a while ago when it first came out. That's the one thing with Bo, is he has his struggles with his mental health, so he comes into the scene, is like relevant, has his shows for a couple of years, and then disappears off the face of the planet for like 3 years. and then comes back and hits you with another amazingly funny thing and then leaves again. I mean, it's no big deal. You got to take care of your mental health, but it's hard to stay consistent listening to him because he's not consistent pumping it out, you know what I mean? Old school country and rock is all I can stand, honestly. I don't know, I have a pretty wide-reaching web of musical tastes. One of these days, because we keep talking about it, I will release my Bops playlist to the world, and you guys can experience the whiplash that is my playlist. Welcome here, where was it jam and funny? Yes, it was. Yeah. We need our own country songs with a channel about corn, hard shoulders, Wilson sandwiches, and anything else I forgot. I don't think I could ever do it, Flip. No, I couldn't bring myself to write a country song. I listen to everything and DJ it all too. I just prefer old school, really. Oh, I'm with you there, Many Blazes. I'm with you there. For a while though, I made the mistake of shutting out anything new because I hated everything new that was coming out on like the radio. But there are still some good songs that come out nowadays that are newer. They're just not like super mainstream. So there's a band I like that does like off-brand funk music called Lake Street Dive. That's a pretty good one, and they do newer stuff. So I haven't turned myself off of new stuff altogether, but it's definitely harder to find than the older stuff, the classics, if you know what I mean. I like some country music like Dixie Chicks, Dolly Parton, and Garth Brooks, but not much else. Yeah, Dixie Chicks and Dolly are pretty good. That would be too funny, lol, auto-tune annoys the hell. Oh boy. All right. You boys gotta pee again. I'm gonna stick you guys up here on the side of the road. I'm gonna go down and use this forest of trees here. It's hard to say that they're looking dry because it's been raining all day, but they can never have too much water, you know what I mean? I listen to the radio and stuff. Most new stuff doesn't hit for me listener wise. Oh, I got you, Many Blazes. I'm with you there 100%. Unless it's Daft Punk. Around the world. All right, I'll be right back, guys. That man saw me peeing on the side of the road, decided to drive by and yell at me. How rude. Hey, Ziggy, thank you so much for the gifted 3-month sub, man. That is awesome of you. Been to Rascal Flatts, but not much into country, but I will listen to it if someone else is listening to country. I can get behind Rascal Flatts. I like the soundtrack to Cars, you know, the Life is a Highway, their version of it. Who was the original version? Not Tommy Cochran, was it? I don't know, something like that. Gonna contribute to water in the USA, lol. My husband and kids are into classic cars and the hillbilly music that goes with it and makes me itch. Lol, fertilize the greenery. No fertilizer, not this time around, Exeter. Just watering. Next time I stream is Robot Audio. Please sing some Daft Punk for us. You got it, Flip. I'll do that. I was grocery shopping yesterday when his guys started throwing cheese, butter, and yogurt at me. Lol. Is that a Subway? Can you just go on the side of the road? Oh my God, Gecko, I imagine you get awfully itchy after every corn hub video. Corn does not belong in a sexual setting. All right, back on the road. Oh God, come on. Oh, we're stuck here, hold on. Gotta go backwards. That corn is creamy suggestion really does work. Oh my God, all right, we're going. Not gonna read too deep into that comment, just keep on walking. Tom Cochran wrote, oh, okay, all right, I was right, it was Tom Cochran. All right, thanks, Exeter, all right. I don't know why I questioned myself. It's cooling sensation is the best, gross. Attempt to get Miz into a corn nightmare again. Lol. Coming in clutch feels good. Yeah, thank you very much, Ziggy, man. I appreciate the loving. That's always nice when I see a giant 18-wheeler coming at me, but I can hear him braking. That's good, that's good. Alright. It was the first CD I bought for my sister. Oh, nice. Perfect. Fly Miz in for a guest starring role. Alright, guys. I told you we'd be back in it. Now we're back in the corn and soy on either side of us. Soy to the left, corn to the right. Right where we belong. Yeah, they're not giving us a whole lot of room on the side of the road here, Richie. Not at all. Not at all. I'm thinking it's because they can't. Not really paying too much attention to the traffic that's coming up behind us, but there might be just coming at the wrong times, wrong intervals. But it's a little scary. What is that on the right? It's absolutely corn. It's collecting one corn from each state he visits in order to compare quality. Actually, Flip, I think the corn is just getting ripe enough where I could grab some on the off of the stalk, and I will at some point. Oil for popping the corn. If you want to see an old TV show featuring good country music and the funniest corny humor, go to YouTube and search for Hee Haw. So, back in October, Principal and Matthew, I went out to Nashville, Tennessee, and when we were there, we went to the Grand Ole Opry, or Grand Ole Opry, no S, it's not an Osprey, the Grand Ole Opry. And when we did the tour of the Grand Ole Opry, they were playing episodes of Hee Haw on the projector the entire time we were there. It was a pretty cool experience, pretty cool thing to see. Luke Cochran also wrote Lunatic Fridge. Oh, that was my dad's favorite show. Don't break my heart, my achy breaky heart. Oh God. I don't know, given a fly, I don't know if that's what I would call I don't know if that's what I would call prime time country music. Fun listen though, every once in a while. Billy Cyrus. Duh, don't tell my heart. Also, did anyone notice that we did get stopped? There was a state trooper that blew right by us. Didn't even give us a second thought. Just drove right by us. Had to hit it over and over. So to the left, corner to the right, subway up ahead. I could walk all night. Love it, Flip. It's going to be stuck in someone's head. I thought I got that out of my head finally. Lol, there you go. Who cut the fart? That really stinky fart. Someone just let one go. Oh God. I like that version better, Gecko. I'm gonna be honest with you. Those lyrics, definitely mastercrafted. All right. All right, T, those fingers ready because we're gonna give another spiel. It's been an hour. For anyone who might be new to the channel here, just so you know what we're doing, we are currently walking across the continental United States of America. We left Boston, Massachusetts back on May 1st, and we were headed to the Santa Monica Pier in Santa Monica, California. The whole trip is going to cover over 3,000 miles, take us anywhere from 5 to 6 months to complete, and we are doing it all eating nothing but food that you can buy at a Subway restaurant chain. All in partnership with a charity organization called Big City Mountaineers, which is a charity organization that takes kids and adolescents from underprivileged communities out on adventures in nature and the outdoors. It's a really cool charity organization, and I'm really happy to be partnered up with them. Also, we are officially sponsored by Subway. They are paying for all of our food from here on out till we hit Santa Monica. They are donating $10,000 to the Big City Mountaineers charity organization. And they built us a custom made-to-order baby stroller with solar panels attached, which is really cool because we use a baby stroller to push all of our gear and equipment in so that I don't have to carry it on my back. Because I'm fat and lazy and weak, I would rather push something than carry something. Thanks for the info, T. Hey, Michelob Dog. The original Rambo movie started with a guy just trying to walk through a small town in the middle of nowhere, and they messed with him. Are you implying something, Michelob? Someone's gonna pick a fight with me here. I gotta go all John Rambo on him. Is that what you're saying? I don't know if I have the same skill set, but I'll try my best. Alright. Wow, guys, we've been really lucky. This rain has really been holding off pretty well. And it's kind of beautiful out now with the sun just barely poking through the clouds. I like it. I hope this is what all of Kansas is like. It's beautiful. I doubt it's what all of Kansas is like, but I hope it is. Oh boy, alright, hold on. Let's get the nipple going. Hey ABC, glad to see you're out and about. What's the temp? It's 70 degrees out right now. It's beautiful, ABC. All right, we got a big old truck coming, so hopefully it doesn't hit us. We've got all the road to play with, I hope not. But here is the nipple. And there we are, hydrated, baby. Whew. But it is absolutely beautiful out here, ABC. Nipple dance. I just wish Subway didn't get rid of the oven roasted chicken breast. I gotta tell you, Mini Blazes, I'm a huge fan of the rotisserie chicken. The oven roasted chicken breast was good, and a lot of places still have it, by the way, but it was good. But that rotisserie chicken, I think, is just way better. It's 88 here, going up to the mid-90s again. Ha! That means, ABC, you're just getting hit by that heat wave that I had to sit in a hotel and endure for 4 days. I'm finally through all that, and it's a beautiful, balmy 70 degrees here and raining. But the rain's not bad, and it's actually just really cooling me down. I kind of like it a lot. Want to try that? Thanks. Yeah. Hydrated, thriving in his own lane, the hard shoulder. You know how it is, Flip. Every day of our lives out here on this road. Living La Vida Loca. So Nathan's, for me personally, I just have one rain jacket. I had two, but I sent one home. And then for my baby stroller, I have one rain cover. I used to have a solid rain cover that I could put over the entire thing. I would only do it at night because you can't actually push it when that rain cover was on. But I ended up sending that one home too because it took up a lot of space and it wasn't necessary. So right now all I have is one rain jacket and one clear rain cover for the stroller. And that is it. That, and when it rains, I wear these nice fancy wool socks that keep my feet nice and dry. So that too. Halfway through 69,000 points. Giggity. Love it, Gecko. Gecko, I can't wait until you make me a delicious sandwich because you would never do anything mean to me, right? Right? This is our 7th day of the heat wave. Yesterday, I think we hit 100 or close to it. ABC, I was right there 2 days ago. It was 100 degrees. But ABC, I don't know if you saw in the Discord, but my girlfriend actually took the opportunity while I was stuck in the hotel to fly out to Kansas City for the weekend. And she got a rental car, drove up to me in Atchison, and I got to see the girlfriend for the first time in almost 3 months, which was a really huge morale booster and really, really awesome. I really missed her, so it was nice seeing her. It was good stuff. You could spend $10,000 on 17,857 Subway cookies, and honestly, that's quite a good investment. You know, those cookies, they probably last me a while. I might get through a week on those cookies. I'm almost 100K ahead of you, 167. Hello. Doing good, thanks for asking. Nice. Gecko was trying to figure out a punny kind of sub. My sandwich will be your new favorite of all time. That's what I love to hear, Gecko. Except I'm a little worried you're saying that and I'm going to be eating another tuna meatball. Do you use better TTV? No pun intended. Love it. Love it. It is, Flip, it is. Even the mist that's coming up off these giant semi-trucks that are hitting me in the face is really refreshing. It's really nice. I like when the traffic dies down though and it just gets real quiet. Nothing but me and the sound of the birds. Peaceful. Hey Kevin and Earth, how's it going? Greetings, Sean. Good to see you on the track again. Yeah, I was not expecting to take almost 5 or 6 days off, but the weather just kept on beating us up, and then my girlfriend came out and visited us, so we took another day off yesterday to spend it with her until she had to leave, so it was really, really good. Does tuna count as meat? I don't think so. Fish isn't meat, right? If a vegetarian can eat it, it's fine. So what a great week you had. First your parents came, and then Carrie, nice week. It was awesome, yeah. And even exploring Atchison was really cool, ABC. We, fun story, I went to the Amelia Earhart house on Saturday with the girlfriend, with Carrie. And it just so happened to be the same day that they had an author there that wrote a book on Amelia Earhart. So I got to meet with him, Chris Williamson. And I bought a book, and he signed it for me, signed it out to Subway Sean. He was a cool dude. He told me that Amelia Earhart would be really proud of the adventure I was on, which was a really cool time, and he gave us a shout out on Instagram, which was really nice of him to do. So it's been a great past couple of days. Got to meet with a ton of the locals in Atchison. I keep pronouncing the name of their town wrong, but that's okay. I do that with every town. But it was just a really, really nice time. Try to keep on the Discord just to see how you were doing. I appreciate that. Hey, I Dot My Eye, just stopping in to say hello, and I hope the walk is going really good. It is, I Dot My Eye. Yeah, we made it to the halfway point a couple days back. Stayed in a hotel for 5 to 6 days to avoid a giant heat wave that was coming through, and got to see the girlfriend who came out for the first time in like 2.5 to 3 months. So I'm feeling freshly rejuvenated, feeling great, and ready to take on the state of Kansas. Sean pronouncing something wrong. Weird, isn't it though, T? I keep adding an N in there for some reason. It's Atchison, not Atchinson, but I want to keep calling it Atchison. It's Atchison. But there's a reason, because there's an Atchinson from Massachusetts, where I'm from, and I know that place. So I keep saying it wrong. Good for you. Your charity has to be so happy. Yeah, they're really happy, ABC. Yeah, I still owe them an email. I should have given it to them while I was in the hotel, but I played too much RuneScape and didn't do my adult things. Napshinson. Why change the habit of a lifetime? You say all. Listen, it's not me who's saying them wrong, Miz. I promise. It's the people from the states I'm walking through that say it wrong. I still don't know how they pronounce Wabash, Wabash, Wabash. But they say it wrong however they say it. I mean, we walked through, in Missouri, we walked through a town that was called Milan, that they refused to pronounce Milan, and that they pronounced it Milane. How do you see M-I-L-A-N and say that's pronounced Milane? Like, what? That didn't make any sense. It ain't me. Monticello, they didn't pronounce that right either. They're crazy out here. It ain't me though. Still practicing. Lol. What a nice looking roadway. Kansas roads or Superior, Missouri roads. Well, it might be a little too early to make that call, Gracie, but it is beautiful out here, yeah. Small shoulder, and the speed limit on this road is 65 miles per hour, which is kind of horrifying. But it ain't bad. Same thing with just how we roll. Whoa. I mean, come on. If you start pronouncing Monticello like Monticello, you'll lose me. Is that hill? I didn't think they had those. You know what? These are very gradual hills, Kyle, but I was told by a couple of different people that eastern Kansas had hills. It's not all flat. Stop, Kansas is not all flat. Lol. Yeah, but Rufus, right? There comes a point where it is flat for the rest of the way, right? That's just western Kansas. How far east do I, or sorry, how far west do I have to go into Kansas before I hit flat Kansas? Don't miss your flight. I'm kind of looking forward to flat Kansas. I'm so tired of walking up hills. Yeah, eastern Colorado is going to be very flat, which is good. I'm down with eastern Colorado being flat. You have to get past Manhattan? Okay, all right. By the way, I am going, Rufus, I don't know if you looked at my route or you know exactly where I'm going, but I am going right on through Manhattan, so perfect. I know exactly where that's going to hit us. I know exactly where that's going to hit us. I think that's probably either, if there aren't any hotels available when we go, our next hotel stay will probably be in Manhattan. I think. I is sore we Missouri persons ain't as educated as you East Coast liberals. I appreciate the effort though, Ziggy. I appreciate that. What do you call a fish with two knees? A two-knee fish, aka the main ingredients in every good sub. Lol. Hey DDG, how's it going? Blacked out. Oh, back again. There's a nice part when we go to camping. Not a lot of people stop there. How you doing, Sean? I am doing great, DDG. I had I took about 5 to 6 days off here in the town of Atchison, Kansas, or Atchison. Sorry, added the N again. Not by my own choice, but because a giant heat wave came through that stopped us from walking because it was over 100 degrees. So, you know, that was fun. But my girlfriend came out and visited, and I saw her for the first time in like almost 3 months. So that was a really nice treat. And I am feeling super motivated to get back on the road and get to Santa Monica as fast as we possibly can. And a nice park sounds nice to me, Rufus. Here's the problem, right, is if every day was like today, right, where there was maybe a little bit of rain in the morning that kept it cool all throughout the day, and then it dried out, so my camping spot and camping equipment was dry and everything like that, I could literally make it to Santa Monica without stopping in another hotel. But if we get days where it's up in the 90s of degrees, and I'm sweating, and getting gross and filthy and covered in sweat, I need to stop at hotels, you know? So the more days we get like this, the better. Black twice for like 2 seconds each, just letting you know in case it's a warning before poo hits the fan. Oh, yeah, I don't know, Gecko. I don't know. It did that as soon as I started up the encoder today, before I started stream too. It went black for a couple of seconds and then it came right back. So hopefully it's nothing, but we'll see. Thought you were talking about yourself. Lol. What did the full glass say to the empty glass? You look drunk. Oh, you know what? Rufus, I have a question for you, and anyone else in here that might be from Kansas. If you like beer, right, and I'm an IPA drinker, what's a local Kansas brewed IPA that I have to get while I am in this state? The only one I was able to find so far, and it was at the Mueller's Locker Room in Atchison, was the Boulevard Pale Ale, brewed by Boulevard in Kansas City, which was in Missouri, not even Kansas. So I'm looking for Kansas options. Ranch sauce IPA. That sounds disgusting, but I would give it a try, Flip. I would try it. Well, Copperhead IPA from Freestyle Brewing in Lawrence, Kansas. My favorite. Perfect. That's what I'm looking for, Coffee Chef. Okay. Copperhead IPA. All right, I'll take a look for it. I'll look out for it. I have to. I'm trying really hard to try one local beer from every state that I walk into. I think the only one I missed so far was Iowa, because I was not there for very long. I was there for like a day, 2 because I rested. Free state beer is good. All right, that's 2. Boulevard Brewing IPA did a tour in 2012 when I was there. Honestly, given a fly, it was good. It was actually really good. I like the Boulevard Brewing, but they're out of the Missouri side of Kansas City, so it was Missouri, but it was very good. Black screen. When if you said how far the next subway is, I thought I read 80 miles. So how many subs do you have packed in 2.0? It is 80 miles. ABC. We're gonna try to do those 80 miles in 3 days instead of 4. We're gonna try. But I have 9 subs packed away. I ordered 10, I ate 1 this morning, so we got 9 subs packed away. Glad you got to try Boulevard Pale Ale, solid choice, 8 out of 10. It was really good. I liked it a lot. It's like, yeah. Too bad you didn't get to try their Calling IPA. No, they didn't have it at the bar, unfortunately. Nope, the only option was the Pale Ale. Sean is a word in Spanish. It's a verb, conjunction of ser, to be, and is pronounced as sayan. Yeah, I know. If I go to any Spanish-speaking country, Principal Matthew, and I only know this because I went to Mexico once as a kid, they have no idea how to pronounce my name. None. None whatsoever. What country/continent will be your next adventure? Lynbro? I don't know. I'm thinking Ireland, because I've always wanted to go back to the homeland, or the motherland, rather. Not the homeland, I've never been. You should have tried some 360 vodka that's made that sounds like a recipe for disaster. Rufus, I have lost so much weight on this trip, and I have not been drinking as much as I do back home because, well, I haven't had the opportunities to, and I'm camping out in the middle of a field. So my tolerance is way lower than it was when I left. I don't know how well I would handle liquor. 80 miles in 3 days, let's go. We're gonna try, Flip. What we might do is we might get really close to 80 miles in 3 days, and yeah, I don't know, we'll see. We might get really close and then have to just do like the last couple of miles to get to the subway in the morning of the 4th day, but we'll see. I think the Calling IPA is like 12 or 14%. Oh, that sounds like a triple, baby. I'm new here. Anyone knows if the streamer says lols all the time? Reverse. How's it going, man? Good luck with that. So you want to do at least 30 miles a day? No. But if I do like 27, 28, that should get us to... I'd have to do 27 all 3 days, huh? That's asking a lot. We're gonna try, ABC. We're gonna try. We're gonna keep our heads up high and we're gonna try to do this. You're in luck. Lol. I know you can do it, so I have doubt. We average about 25 lulls per mile, which is great for the environment. Lol. Like I said, I started saying it ironically, and now I just can't stop. Also, who is mowing this lawn? No one lives around here. Someone just rode their mower all the way down this way. I mean, I appreciate it. Thank you very much, because that'd be a perfect spot for me to, like, call camp for the night if I needed to. I just don't understand who's doing it. Halfway to Nortonville? Perfect, Rufus. So I think For sure, I think we're gonna make it to Nortonville, Rufus, today. We might even make it through Nortonville if we're halfway there. You try to get to the next subway while streaming for those who have reached 100K to redeem. I will, I promise. Even if I have to stop stream and then restart when we get there, I promise that we will stream through Wamego so that people can redeem. You're a man on a mission, probably the country. Lol. They have country heroes that come through with giant mowers that mow the grass. That's interesting. In a lot of ways it makes sense, right? Because you would want the first couple of feet off of the roadway to be mowed. That way if anyone gets stranded here, if their car breaks down or something like that, they have a safe place where they can stand and be without having to stand on the side of the road. Just sounds like it would be expensive though to hire a full crew to come out and mow across every lawn throughout the entire state. I guess there's nothing to do for entertainment out here other than mow random patches of grass. County I need to proofread. Oh, I gotcha. Probably the county. I gotcha. You know what, Flip, though? That is a true statement of some places. There are some places where, like, dads there, all they do is go out and they'll mow the lawn 16 times in a week because it's all they have to do for fun. I bet you can make Valley Falls cow tipping. Well, we'll see about that. We'll see about that. The problem with today though, Rufus, is I had to walk backwards from my hotel to get back to the subway to order my 10 sandwiches this morning. So a couple of the miles that we put in this morning were backwards, which is not a good thing. Or at least 1 mile backwards, and then 1 mile to get back on to where we were, so 2 miles. So we'll see. I don't know for sure why they do it though. I don't know. Atchison News didn't do a piece on you. I haven't seen it come out yet, Danger Tater. Not yet. I did the interview. I met with a guy. He even texted me afterwards saying that thank you and it was nice meeting me and all that good stuff. But I have not seen the piece come out yet. I think he might be saving it for their, I don't know, Sunday Journal or something, who knows. The one on the hill? It was kind of on a hill, Rufus. Yeah, it was the Quality Inn is where I stayed. Oh, they did? What news number? I don't know. I don't think they did. He's talking about mowing lawns are fun. He's definitely going full Forrest Gump. Lol. Probably saving it for sweeps. You're a big time get. Lol. Yeah, I don't know what that reverse, but saving it for something. Wait, hold on, Flip. Say that one again. I'm in your local news in the UK right now? Really? Yeah, right by the Dairy Queen, Rufus. That's the one, yep. Nothing to do in Atchison, yeah. Wait, that's pretty crazy, Flip. Flip, can you post that in the Discord so I can take a look after stream? If you don't mind. Just before you reach Valley Falls, you will cross the Delaware River. Oh, that's pretty cool. But it's not like, not the Delaware River, not the George Washington crossing the Delaware. That'd be a good place to camp by the river. That would be awesome, Rufus. That would be perfect. Just fingers crossed there's no slugs and snails in this state to attack me overnight while I sleep next to a river. Oh boy. I'm passing by like what would be a perfect camping spot though right now. If a bouncy house company wanted to sponsor your stream, would you say, okay, I absolutely would, Reverse? I was just telling the story. So we were driving around the town yesterday, or the day before yesterday. I don't know, whenever the girlfriend was here, we were driving around the town and we passed by Benedictine College in Atchison, and they were doing some sort of celebration or some sort of party, and they had a bouncy house slide there. And I tried to get out of the car and the girlfriend locked the door on me, wouldn't let me out. She hit me with the child locks. Said it was for my own good or something. It was crazy. I never felt so violated in my life. When Abraham Lincoln crossed the Delaware River, he said, "Not gonna lie, I chopped down that lemon tree." First of all, Matthew, I actually learned at the museum yesterday. I know this one was yesterday. At the museum in Atchison, the visitor center there. Atchison, Kansas is the farthest west Abraham Lincoln made it during his lifetime. But when they did the parade of his dead corpse, he actually made it farther than Atchison. But while he was alive, Atchison was the farthest he made it. Whew. The Wales Online News article is one of the copy-paste ones everywhere. Still pretty cool though, Danger Tater. I love it. So like I said, the Subway PR app every once in a while does a report on me to see how fast my story is spreading and how far it's spreading. So every time we make it into a news station or onto a news article, whether it's copy and pasted or whatever, they track that and it counts as numbers. And I think the farther we reach and the more numbers we reach, the better it is for us, right? One line from the UK News article: the Twitch community is unbelievably creative in the content they produce, and Sean is just one example of the innovative and quirky streamers found on the service. Yeah, that's a line that's been copied and pasted a couple of times. I didn't know that about Lincoln and Atchison. Cool, yeah. So he only made it to Kansas in 2 different locations. One was Kansas City, and one was Atchison. And he gave speeches in both, but Kansas City was not as far west as Atchison was. Atchison is the farthest west point he made it during his lifetime. That's a lot of truck, and it was very close. Sounded like a tire out of balance on that truck. Yeah, a little bit. Move over, mother truckers. Love it, Miz. Lol. Yeah. I think you're absolutely right, Danger. I think that's yeah. And I don't know who they got that quote from either. Just someone who works from Twitch, I guess. Some guy that I doubt even knows about us or what we're doing. Well, just some dude. Top of the hill on a curve is a tight spot for trucks to move. Yeah, I don't blame him giving him to fly. I don't blame him at all. I'm not mad at him. It's just very scary when it happens. Did you hear about how haunted the town is? It claims to be the most haunted town in America, Rufus. I did see that. With the Sally House and, what was it, the Clay Mansion was the other one, I think? No. The Clay Mansion's an attraction, but not a haunted one. It was the Sally House, and then there was one more haunted one. Seems like a flashing light on a stroller. Are we good today? I do have a flashing light. I could turn it on. It's in a really bad location. It's in between the stroller and me, so no one would even see it, but it does exist. Oh, no kidding, Rufus. That's pretty cool. I thought about... we didn't make it to the Sally House. And the reason we didn't make it is neither my girlfriend or I are super interested in like haunted house vibes or haunted settings. But I have a friend back home that is super, super into them, interested in them, so I'll do them with him sometimes. And I almost went in just for his benefit, but we didn't have enough time, so we had to cut it from the agenda. Oh boy. He had some bad things happen to him. Interesting, man. Hey Tato, how's it going? What happened to him though, Rufus? Ooh. Spooky, scary skeletons send shivers down my spine. The tour they do there is some of the houses is pretty crazy. Yeah, like I said, I almost made it, but we didn't fit it into the agenda. My girlfriend gets really, really scared at those like haunted houses and of those haunted houses things, but I tend to be a lot more apathetic when I approach them. No feeling involved at all. Did I just get back to Sean saying he isn't taking us for a fun haunted house again? Lol. He would get welts and scratches over his back. Oh, that's kind of crazy. Listen, if I could stream it, Gecko, I would take you guys into a haunted house. This was not what I could stream, and this was on the day off in Atchison, the Sally House. So we didn't do it. Wilson is too young for haunted houses. He is less than a year old. Actually, he's like less than a couple of months old. He just got made in June. He's a baby. Hard-working baby. I love this thing. I love you, Wilson. Don't let anyone tell you differently. Haunted houses are people who think houses can be haunted when they cannot. That's yeah. That's the stance I generally tend to take, Derp Dog. I'm not like I'm not a believer when it comes to the supernatural or the haunted stuffs. But like I said, I got a friend that is a super believer, so I'll do it with him sometimes because it's just fun. It's fun to watch him get excited about it. You know what I mean? It's like the reason you take kids to Disney World. It's just fun to see them get excited. A lawyer I know from high school who just got charged with felony. Sorry, hold on. Watching cars. Witness tampering. Just learned their license plate, which supposedly see you in court, but looks suspiciously like something else. All right, I have a lot of questions, Ziggy. Questions I'm not sure I can answer in this form. But that is a pretty funny story. They weren't bad, Kevin and Earth. I wasn't able to fix the front tire, unfortunately, in that situation. I had a spare inner tube, but the spare inner tube was no good. It also had a hole in it. So I only fixed the two back tires, and then I replaced the front tire with those two swivel tires spares that I had. So that's what I'm rocking right now. But yeah, they were a pretty easy fix. They weren't bad. And then I just went to a Walmart while I was in Atchison and got more spare inner tubes to replace them. So if it happens again, we should be good to go on fixing them. It did take me about an hour to get back on the road, though, and get everything fixed. And yeah, it was a tough day. It was a tough day. My girlfriend, while she was here for the past couple of days, actually asked if I wanted to go back to St. Joseph to check out like the Jesse James Museum or the Pony Express and just do something while she was here. And I was like, no, I really don't want to. I really don't want to. Cool museums, cool stuff to check out, but oh man, I experienced some pain when I was in that place. There's some great stories, but too long to type. I got you, Rufus. Yeah, no worries. Scary skeletons and shivers down my spine. All right. Like I said, I don't want to just bag on Misery because there were some really great parts. The people were awesome. Parts of it were beautiful. My girlfriend has a dream to go to Missouri, to go to Marceline or something like that, because she's a huge fan of Walt Disney, and I guess that's where he grew up and born and crap and whatever. So I don't want to bag on Missouri nonstop, but it beat us up pretty good a couple of different occasions coming through that state. Kirksville was awesome. They had great beer. The Boulevard Brewing was awesome. But getting attacked by horse flies while sitting in a 90-degree temperature and 100% humidity in a tent and not being able to move through a giant thunder and lightning storm that lasted all day long was pretty rough. The 3 flat tires I got in one spot after getting stopped and being forced to talk to 2 different people that wanted to explain to me their religious ideologies for long periods of time. That was rough. But we made it through. Wasn't St. Joseph the place where you had a couple of strange encounters with some dudes? Yeah, Principal Matthew, and 3 flat tires all in one day. All in one day. Also, super demoralizing because there was horrible service all the way there. That was tough. But also, I started in St. Joseph, where my parents and I stayed in a hotel, just to drive 15 miles back, just to spend all day long to walk exactly where I stayed in a hotel the night before. Oh boy, so it was kind of a crazy time. A man gets home from work and his GF is dressed as a policewoman. You're getting arrested for being good in bed. 2 minutes later, she's getting dressed again. When he asks, am I going to jail now, officer? She says, no, all charges are dropped due to lack of evidence. Lol. At Stereolat View, Boulevard Brewing is pretty good beer. That's what I'm saying. It was delicious. I tried the Boulevard Pale Ale the night before last night, so 2 days ago. And it was awesome. At Mueller's Locker Room in Atchison, Kansas. Wide shoulder, it's awesome. Back on it, please. Teach them a lesson their tourism director won't soon forget. I'm from Kansas City, so that's my hometown beer. Oh, awesome, asked Ariel. That's awesome. My girlfriend flew into Kansas City to rent a car to drive up to Atchison to meet me there for a couple of days. But I hear Kansas City was pretty cool, pretty. I unfortunately did not get to walk through it. Before you reach St. Joseph, I pointed out that there is a psychiatric museum there. Coincidence? I think not. Yeah, there is, Fritz and Matthew. And the first guy that stopped us, what was his name? Greg Filardo? That sounds right. The guy that bragged about being on American Pickers gave us a whole spiel about the psychiatric museum. Also told me about his life as an inner city teacher, his beliefs on the conduit of life. Showed me his door hinge collection, talked about everything he could possibly talk about as I sat there and listened to him for 45 minutes to an hour without getting to say a word edgewise. Woo! Fun guy. Hey, Minnow Mike, how's it going? What's up, slacker? Listen, I know it's been a couple of days, 5 or 6 to be precise, but you know, we're ready to get back at it, so that's all that matters, right, Mike? Right? Augury Birds, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it. Appreciate you, and welcome to the walk. If you store an IPA for 2 to 5 years, it's super silky smooth when you drink it. Learn that at Boulevard. That sounds gross, given to fly. I'm not interested in that. Mueller's is owned by Jamie Mueller, who played football at BC and then on the Buffalo Bills. No kidding, Rufus. I'd say the most interesting thing I saw at Mueller's locker room was someone was having a birthday party there for a guy whose name was Mike, and the theme of the party is you had to dress up as famous Mikes. So I saw like Mike Ditka. There was a girl there dressed as Michelangelo, the Ninja Turtle. So that was pretty crazy. Did you ever get to the Broadway Brewery or Longboat Brewery? I did not, Mini Blazes. No, the Broadway Brewery. No, I didn't make it there. I don't want aged beer. Beer is like bread, want it fresh. Yes, Bulldozers, I agree. I guess someone has to collect them. Did you see my pillow? I did not. But not only Gracie, not only did he show me his door hinge collection, but he has an internet friend from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, that he has pictures of his eBay collection of brass door knobs. So he had a door hinge collection, and his friend had a door knob collection, and I got to see both of them. Aren't I lucky? As I stood on the side of the road with cars whizzing by us, as he forced me to look into the driver's seat of his car because it's the only door he could open without junk collapsing out from inside of it. Oh god, but stale bread is so good. He never takes us anywhere. I was in another room, but I heard it. Hello. If I was streaming to you, I would have taken you to the haunted house. If they'd let me stream in there. But you know, don't listen to me at all. I'm not salty about the Greg Filardo interaction. It was a good time. I loved it. We're so deprived. Gecko, I swear I will turn this trip around. Don't you make me. We will start walking back to Massachusetts right now. Lol. Hunter would be cool, but I like to see any kind of abandon. There actually weren't too many abandoned places in Atchison. Atchison kind of seemed like it was an up-and-coming city, I'm going to be honest with you. There's a lot going on there. Oh, also, while we were sitting on the Missouri River, just talking and having a good time, there was a car that was trying to leave the parking lot, backing out of its parking space, backed right up on into a city light. And these two guys that were also on the river that were fishing pretty close to us, got on their phone and called the cops. So we got to be witnesses to a crime in Atchison of a hit and run of someone plowing down a light post. So that was fun. Just 3,000 miles across the country. Lol, we're halfway there. Oh boy, no! Another horsefly. Ah! They're back. Bon Jovi living on a prayer. Whoa. That is a dying town they are trying to bring back life. Oh, really, Rufus? It seemed pretty good. Like, I mean, I shouldn't say that. And there were a lot of places that were empty, and Mule's locker room didn't pick up until like 9 o'clock at night. But I was just, it's July, you know? And it's a college town, so it was pretty bustling for a college town in the middle of summer, I guess is what I was trying to say. They're growing big in the Midwest, that's for sure. Witness a property hit and run. What is this world coming to? It was kind of crazy. It was weird, yeah. Were there murals? There absolutely were. Yeah, there were a ton of murals. And they were almost all exclusively of Amelia Earhart. They are very, 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 very proud of Amelia Earhart in Atchison, Kansas. Big truck with trailers. Please don't kill me. Thanks for not killing me. A girl drops off her dress at the dry cleaners and she is leaving. The clerk smiles, waves, and says, "Come again." She stops and turns back saying, "No, just toothpaste this time." Gross, gecko. God dang it. A lot of downtown stores are closed. That's unfortunate. Would you rather fight one horse-sized fly or 25 horses? I killed it. It's dead now. Leave me alone. Would you rather fight one horse-sized fly or 25 fly-sized horses? One horse-sized fly, I could take it. It's got wings. It's got that, ooh, that would be hard actually. But I've been doing the second kind. I've been fighting all these horse flies. Like 25 of them, you know? I'm gonna go with one horse-sized fly. Do I get a weapon? Do I get like a sword? Can I make it like a dragon flight, like an epic combat or something like that? If I can do that, then I'll take the one horse-sized fly. If all I get is like my hands, then I'll do the 25 fly-sized horses. Oh, it's not here, bulldozers. That's fine though, we don't need a shoulder. Oh, here we go, we're getting pulled over by the police again. Oh, no kidding. What's up? I'm sorry?
Are you doing some sort of walk?
I am, yeah. I'm in the middle of walking across the country right now.
Wow, well, how's that going?
And so far, so good. I'm on day 86, but I left Boston, Massachusetts. I'm headed to Santa Monica, California.
That's really cool. So how long are you anticipating it'll take?
I'll probably get there sometime in October, but I'm doing the whole thing eating nothing but Subway, so they're paying for all the food, and they donated like $10,000 to the charity I'm working for, so.
What charity?
It's called Big City Mountaineers. It's a group that takes kids from like the inner city and brings them out on adventures in nature and the wilderness. So
that's cool.
I'm actually live streaming the whole thing too. We got like 100 people watching right now and everything. So
well, that's cool. Okay, well, we just wanted to make sure you didn't have an actual baby in there because
nope.
We're concerned.
Tent, sleeping bag, and hiking gear.
Perfect. Okay, well, walk safe and stay dry and get as much as you can. Okay.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Yeah, nice meeting you. All right. That's number 6. We did it. Tell her the policewoman joke. Remember Rambo? She's just wondering what he's doing. Yeah. No, they were just, like she said, people were probably calling about a baby stroller thing. There's a baby on the side of the road. I actually was walking through Atchison this morning, and a guy pulled up to a stoplight and yelled at me, "Hey, you got a baby in there on this road?" And I was like, "No, just hiking stuff." And then he laughed and drove off, and that was the interaction. How many times a day do you get stopped by troopers? Not very often, Stereo. Not very often. That's the 6th time on this trip that we've been stopped by police officers. People call, lol. Give her a card. Richie, I'm out of cards, unfortunately. I have 1 card left. I thought I had a ton more. Otherwise, I would have had Carrie bring out more when she came out. But apparently, I lost a baggie full of them somewhere. So we're running low. Another Subway. Hey, Harrison Jace, how's it going? My baby. 6 times. Well, this has only happened twice on stream, but it has happened 6 times where we've had interactions with police officers. Well, 5 if you don't want to count the one that was in New York when I had the pop tire on the side of the road, but I count that. She was really nice though. What happens? The police come. Save the card for the Subway CEO. You got it, Bill Nye. Seen a few of them. Lol. Sorry, T. It happens. It happens. I had like, I could have sworn I had like 2 full baggies of them, T. And I'm pretty sure I did. I just had them in my dry bag with all my tech and gear and stuff like that. But somehow I lost them all. I don't know where they are. I do not know. So I have 1 card left. I'm saving it for someone special. Before, you know, I get my family to mail some more out to me. I just gotta find out where the next hotel I'm staying at is so that I can, you know, use that as an address for them to mail it to. That one guy that was the best though was laughing as he walked up. Listen to T and get more cards. It will do, Dad. Can we file a request for a copy of the police call? Hey, some idiot's walking a baby on the road. Lol, it happens all the time. I just asked you and you said you had loads. I did though, I swear I did, T. I had a whole, I know that I had a whole bag of them because I got them when they were mailed out to me in East Peoria, but I just don't know what happened to them. So when 3 people, it's called a threesome, 2 people is a twosome. I don't know why everyone calls me handsome. Lol. A Ziploc bag full of Subway Sean business cards somewhere between Kansas and sounds like a geocache hunt somewhere, Richie. I just don't know where. Gotta shorten those Popo interactions. That was too long for a full clip. My bad, Z. I thought that was pretty quick. That one flew by. Show them and they can take a picture of it. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna have to do for her, and that's why I kept the last one. Until we can get more, of course. Salt there so much. That was probably the shortest police interaction I've had to date. You play not using your feet, questionable life choices. Lol. Was in a meeting call till I saw the police pull up. Good attention getter. Yeah, for a parent I could see how that would work. You could always find a Staples and get some made. They are pretty cheap. Yeah, you know what? You're right, Strikes the Blue. That's probably a good way to go about it. That way I just know I have a ton. I could probably, right? Strikes the Blue, I figure I could probably just take the 1 card I have left to a Staples and say, hey, can you just replicate this? And they would, right? Like, I don't have to sit there and redesign the whole thing and all that. I bet Greg Filardo snatched them when you were not looking to add to his hoarder collection. That's funny, Richie. He might have. They will do it. Oh, sweet. That might be just, hey, that's probably... Then again, real quick, I have to think about this. I am in the middle of Kansas. Not sure I'm going to have a whole lot of opportunities to find a Staples. Yeah, Manhattan or Wamego would probably be my best bet, but I'm not sure they're going to have something, so we'll see. We'll see. What is the Silk Road Walk, Harrison Jace? Let me preface my question, by the way, by saying that I'm going to have to take a long break before I do any sort of other walking challenges after this one, because this is taking a lot out of me. But I'm open to any challenge. And Tux 2021, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it. Appreciate you, and welcome to the walk. Not even a sub machine. Lol. My dad's not even sub doing anymore, is he? Lol. T, thank you so much for the 3 months of gifted sub to my dad. Very generous of you. Route Marco Polo used to get from Italy to China. Wow. That truck was close to us. Thanks for the hype, Kyle, and thank you for the sub, T. Gobi Desert included in the Silk Road. I don't know if I do a walking trek through the Silk Road, Harrison. I don't know if I do a walking trek, but I could do it. I could travel it on like camel or something. My better half has been sad a lot lately, so I wanted her to do something special so she would wake up with a smile on her face. She took the Sharpies away and I can't have them back. Hey, March 34, how's it going? Is it weird though that every time we get the police called on us, the first thought that runs through my head is, all right, who called? Who's the narc? Who did it? Probably not a great thought to have, but I always want to know who is the one that made the call. Nope. If I remember right, back in those times, Mark and his daddy, real biological father, 2 or 3 years to reach one way. Whew, well, I hope I could do it faster than that. Harrison, I've been tagged in a post on Instagram about 1,000,000 times. That's like, it shows like the geologically longest single distance walk you could take. And it's from like the southern tip of South Africa to the northern tip of Russia or something like that. And I'm thinking about that one because no one's ever done that one before, and I could be the first. Check the footage, find the Karen van. I actually did something like that with my oldest son. He thought he could backtalk me. I wrote all kinds of yes ma'am phrases on him while he was sleeping. Lol. I could call the local police so we can have a record amount of stops, people walking across the country. Would you like that? I would not. It's like, no. No, I'm all set. Also, that sounds like swatting. That just sounds like old school swatting. We just call the cops on every encounter all the way across the United States. Not next idea. Nope, definitely not, Richie. No, I'm not with that one. I cannot get behind that idea. I like that police officer though. She was just really cool. She was like right down to business. She's like, hey, we gotten a couple calls about a man walking a baby stroller. There's not a baby in there, right? And I was like, nope, just me walking across. Cool, all right, cool. See ya. I wouldn't waste resources like that. Yeah, I appreciate that. It's like, little. How did that, weird question, I guess, but how did that stop? Does anyone know like the history of swatting? How did it was a big thing a couple of years back and now it's no longer a thing? Did Twitch just really crack down on the people that were doing it or something? Or how did that stop? Marco Polo met grandson of Genghis Khan. There's a Netflix show about it, but cut after 2 seasons because Netflix is cheap. Yeah, I feel like Harrison, Netflix went on a binge where they just bought up a whole bunch of shows and then sent them out to the public to do tests and see what people were watching. And as soon as they failed or as soon as they weren't like up to the standard they wanted, they cut them. Crazy. Well, I'm going to refrain from adding that myself, Richie, but you know, wink, wink, Can a man walk his baby? Lol. Maybe we should call the cops in advance of your arrival to warn them so they don't have to chase you down. I don't think it'd be worth it, Gecko, just because most of the time, like 90% of the time, we walk through jurisdictions where there's no one calls the cops on us. There's no reason to reach out to them and give them the warning, But every once in a while, you hit one jurisdiction where someone's gonna call. Joel told her you were smuggling. Yeah, that sounds like something that might get her to stop us again. The prosecutions got very serious and some people died. So the people just stopped because it went too far? That does not sound like the internet. Hey, little bitty, how's it going? The cut in Mindhunter 2 was so good. Baby, no officer, no baby here, just 50 pounds of... Nope, not that. Certainly not that, Colt Max. Lol. Just about 10 pounds of Subway sandwiches and 4 gallons of water. Anyone else have a boss that gets mad when you shorten their name to Dick, especially if their name is Michael, or is it just me? Oh God, I love a gecko. To his face, T? BM to their face? Or just behind their back? Is that their special nickname for your friends? Ah, good, okay, all right, perfect. I think people realized how minor the comms and are in 30 years in jail wasn't worth it. Okay, yep, all right. That makes more sense, Ziggy. They're just getting arrested. They did just get cracked down on. My stupid advisor got mad. We called him lol. I can see that, Colt Max. I can see how some people might get upset at that. I use BM on notes, boss man. Love it, love it. All right. So we're 3 hours in. Haven't taken a rest yet. Should probably do that at some point. My legs are still feeling pretty good. Still a little stiff, but good. We have had the police called on us. Just doing a rundown stock of the day, you know? A couple of near-death experiences. That's always good. That's a classic. We're doing good. Legit, he was too dumb to realize we were calling him stupid 50, went right over his head. Lol. Bet you're enjoying the overcast. Looks cooler today. Little bitty, it is, yeah. Not gonna lie, this is the nicest walking day I've had in a very long time. It's like 70 degrees out, which is perfect. There's a little bit of rain and mist here and there, which is like cooling us down. Like, it's still pretty stupidly humid. It's like 95% humidity or something like that. So we're still sweating a little bit, but it ain't bad. Like, physically, I feel better walking now than I have in a very long time. It's good stuff. Can we do a spiel? I gotta do okay things quick. Like, yeah, okay. So, hold on, let me read Gecko. That was a fast 3 hours. Don't know if we can stream, but we'll try. Lol. All right, T, real quick. For anyone who might be new here to the channel, just so you know what we're doing, we are currently walking across the continental United States of America. We left Boston, Massachusetts back on May 1st, and we are headed to the Santa Monica Pier in Santa Monica, California. The whole trip is going to span over 3,000 miles, take us anywhere from 5 to 6 months to complete, and we are doing it all eating nothing but food that you can buy at a Subway restaurant chain. All in partnership with a charity organization called Big City Mountaineers, which is a charity organization that takes kids and adolescents from underprivileged communities out on adventures in nature and the wilderness. It's a really cool organization, and I'm really happy we partnered up with them. Also, we are officially sponsored by Subway. They are paying for all of our food from here on out to Santa Monica. They are donating $10,000 to the Big City Mountaineers charity organization. And they made us a custom made-to-order baby stroller with solar panels attached, which is great because we use a stroller to push all of our gear and equipment in, so I don't have to carry it on my back. And that is everything we got. Thanks, T, for the info. And thanks, Gecko, for offering to step in if we needed it. Boy, oh boy. But yeah, Gecko, I was really worried, man, when I started up the stream today that I was really worried that this like slight misting and slight like what do you call it, drizzle was gonna turn into a downpour, because it downpoured this morning. So I was really not sure we were going to be able to stream today, and I'm really glad and happy that we did. A man walks out of the shower and says to his wife, "It's too hot today for clothes. What do you think the neighbors will say if I just mow the lawn nude?" She replies that I married you for your money. Lol. Aggressive. So aggressive. Alright. How much were you carrying before patented Subway non-baby sub travel carrier? So I had a baby stroller before this one, Harrison. And before they gave me this one, I was using that baby stroller. But that being said, that baby stroller was much, much smaller and more compact. and most of the stuff was hanging onto the side of it by bungee cords. Now I can fit everything inside the stroller, which is really, really nice. The entire setup of the stroller is a little bit heavier than the old stroller was because of the solar panels attached and everything like that. So our old setup was about somewhere between 80 to 90 pounds, whereas this one is closer to 90 to 100. It's a little bit more, a little bit heavier, but it's more useful and has more purposes. And we can stream much longer because we have the solar panels attached now, which is good. It's all good stuff. Do you have a command for the first Wheelson? I don't think so, Ziggy. I think we just changed the pram command to have the new clip link instead of the old one. Well, there we go. Now we do. The OG Wheelson one. I still have mixed feelings about the OG Wheelson. I had a love-hate relationship with that stroller. It would have been fine except for all those times that I had to carry him through dirt, or all those times he punched me in the guts or he'd hit me back. You know, in the entire time I've had Mr. Wheelson 2.0, he has not hit me once. Not one time. Not one time, Ziggy. He's been very, very nice. Very, very nice. Christian Church. Interesting. So would it be legal if you had a human baby instead of a submarine sandwich babies on the side of the road? What would the sheriff do? I don't know, Danger Tater, to be honest with you. I don't know. I don't think there's any law against it. Like, this is a legal road to walk on. Like, I think what they would try to do is they try to get you on some sort of child endangerment charge. But I mean, if she just left me, then she's saying that I'm not in. I want to find myself in that situation, I guess is what I would say. Back to for answer, struggling to come back. Let's see, what do we got? Alright, gone again, back, audio, back, screen 2. Okay, I hope we're back. I don't know why is it blacking out. Huh. I swear, don't you lose him, of him on your trip, lol. Hey Badgers, how's it going? No, we had to take a couple of days off to avoid some extreme heat situations and, you know, not die. But hopefully it's back. Vid little bury, maybe water on the lens, moved. You moved and blacked out, interesting. Back again. I almost cried when Tom Hanks lost Wilson in Castaway. Yeah, I don't know what's going on, guys. Hopefully we'll just move out of this area and it should be fine. I don't know. Remember, you were pushing Mr. Wheelson. He was trying to tell you that you were going the wrong way. He hit me often, T. He didn't see. A lot of the times he'd wait until the camera was off and that's when he would take it out on me. Sean takes days off so he can stretch out the free Subway food as long as possible, obviously. You're absolutely right, Christine. No, it was over 100 degrees out and I figured it probably was not safe to walk, so we took off a couple of days to wait out the heat wave. Hey Frosty, how's it going? Yep, we just took off some time for the heat wave and yeah, to celebrate getting halfway across this country. And then, like I said, my girlfriend flew out to come and meet us for a couple of days too, which was really, really nice because I haven't seen her in almost 3 months. What town you headed to today? That's a difficult question, Badgers. So we left Atchison this morning and we are headed to Wamego. That being said, Wamego is 80 miles away from Atchison, so we won't get there today, but we're gonna try to get as close as we possibly can to Wamego, Kansas. And that is the goal today. Let's see here. Still triggers my attention because that was my name I had as a kid. Really, Ziggy? Why were you named Frosty as a kid? Did you like Frosties? Were you a Wendy's guy? How are you trying to stay cool? Badges, right now we don't have to stay cool. It's only 70 degrees out right now. It's off and on rain all day, so it's keeping it nice and cool for us, which is pretty nice. But in those days where it was over 100 degrees, we stayed in a hotel and I stayed in my air-conditioned room. And when I had to go out to get my Subway food, I was lucky enough to be staying in a city that had those Bird electric scooters that you could rent. So I got a whole bunch of those and I was riding those throughout the city when I had to. Just sounded cool. No, Frosty the Dough Man, it is cool. Whew. Hey Duluth Fly, well, the Subway Surfer walks again. How's it going, man? Yeah, Duluth, we had a great little rest. I was not expecting to take off as long as we did, but I was told it was the smart thing to do. I thought we were gonna take off one rest day and then leave in the middle of that heat wave, but I was told apparently that'd be dumb. So we listened against our better instincts and we took some days off, rested up in the hotel, got back into some old video games from my childhood. And then, like I said, the girlfriend came out and visited and gave us a huge morale booster, which was awesome. So now remember, I'm gonna ask my cousin to see if he remembers. I think he was the one that gave it to me. Oh, nice. Those scooters always look fun. They're awesome bulldozers. So let me tell you, as a man who's used to walking at a max speed of 3.4 miles per hour everywhere he goes, when you get on one of those scooters and they start pushing over 15, it's like, I feel like Evel Knievel, man. I feel like the fastest man alive. I hope that's a woman. That way it will never come from me. Do that in Paris or maybe Munich. The first time I ever did them was out in San Diego, California, visiting my cousin. And we took those things everywhere. Because at the time there weren't any laws about drinking and using those things. So we used those to get around everywhere and they were awesome. How many subs you got to help you through the walk to the next Subway? I ordered 10 this morning, Badgers. I ate one, so I have 9 left. I also have 4 gallons of water because we're gonna enter some pretty remote parts during this next part of the trek. I don't think we're gonna be able to get that much water, so just trying to stay healthy. It was an excellent thing to do. Duluth, man, I just hate resting. I hate rest days. I hate not walking because it makes me feel like I'm falling behind, but sometimes you got to do it because your legs just won't work if you don't. Morale booster? Yeah, Harrison, a morale booster. 32 pounds of water. It doesn't feel like 32 pounds. It's definitely heavier than I'm used to. It doesn't feel 32 pounds heavier. And I think our total is actually over 5 gallons, but there's 4-gallon jugs. And then the rest is split up between my Camelback and the bottles of water. I just passed all my exams up in Ontario to be an advanced care paramedic. Next stop, critical care paramedic. I try my best to help others. Well, congratulations, Frosty. Congratulations on passing all the exams, man. That's awesome. Do you have a cooler to keep your stuff fresh and cool? I have a cooler, bulldozer. I have a cooler, Badgers, but I don't have any ice or anything like that in the cooler. So it'll keep them fresh a little longer, but not too much longer. A gallon is a little over 8. It doesn't feel like it's that much. Maybe I'm just stronger. Congrats, man. I am a man, SpongeBob said while lifting the razor. Yeah, I just don't know how I would replenish it, Duluth. They don't sell dry ice at a whole lot of places. It's the problem. I think we're realistically going to be able to do it, but I'm going to try. But if we can't do it, we'll get there sometime on the middle of the 4th day, which is fine. We can make that work. You're about 125 miles from Abilene, the location of the Dwight D. Eisenhower Presidential Library and Museum. Oh, that's pretty cool. It's not on my route though, is it, Principal Matthew? Because if it is, I would love to check that out. Next hotel, can you freeze 2 gallons to keep the stuff cool? You can drink it after. It's a good idea, Gecko. The only problem is when you freeze a gallon of water, you get all that condensation on the outside as it melts, and that would get everything in my pack wet. In fact, the hotel I was staying at, the fridge was a little bit too cold, and I had a gallon of water that entirely froze while I was in there, and I tried putting it on the same table that I had all my papers on, and it almost soaked everything. I'm lucky I caught it in time. On your days off, do you eat other foods or just subs? Nothing but Subway Badgers the entire time I'm on this trip. So on all those 5 or 6 days off I just took, I went to the same Subway location, ordered 3 subs a day, every day. These guys slow down and just look at us. They didn't want to say anything, they just wanted to look. Subway food only always. Yep. Looks like it may be on your route. Oh, awesome, Priscilla Matthew. Sweet. That means I've already seen the James A. Garfield House, the Amelia Earhart Museum, and now I'm going to see the Dwight D. Eisenhower Library Museum. Be wary of folks from remote areas. I wouldn't want things to end up like Kansas Corn Grinder Massacre. I'm going to be wary, Harrison. I'm a little worried. I was saying it earlier. As things like, I mean, if you look to your right and you see how wide open things are out here, it gets really hard to be able to find places to camp at night. Which means that we might have to resort to like knocking on people's doors and asking if they don't mind us sleeping on their property and all that. So I'm a little worried about that practice because I have not yet had to do it on this entire trip. And I'm worried that the locals out here might not take kindly to people walking up on their property and knocking on their doors and stuff. So we'll see how it goes, man. We'll see. If you could have one Subway sub style for the rest of your life, what would you pick? Probably the chicken bacon ranch melt. It's just my favorite. A lot of protein. It's really good for you. Throw on some lettuce, onions, jalapenos, and Chipotle Southwest sauce. And call it a day. What's the quickest way to a hospital stand in the middle of the busy road? The joke seems too real. Lol. Keep hydrating, buddy. That will become extremely important soon. Oh, no worries, Frosty. We absolutely will. I have 4 gallons of water in the buggy right now, plus another 5th gallon on my back and in the bottles on the backside of the stroller here as well. Do you remember the coach from OK State saying to a critic in news conference, "I'm a man, I'm 40," in the mid-2000s? I do not, Ziggy. No, I don't remember that. You stick the baby doll in your stroller, see how many looks you get. Oh, trust me, Baby Badgers, we do not need the baby doll. We get a ton of looks. Just earlier today, we had the police called on us again for people thinking that we were walking a baby on the side of the road. And I think that's what those older gentlemen that just drove by us were looking at as well, to see if there was a baby in there. So people think that already. Oh boy. We're just out here walking. That's all we're doing. We're not looking for trouble. When I turn 40, I'm so gonna overuse that line. I like that, Ziggy. I like that. Pick one joke and say it until other people around you hate you for it. That's what I'm about. I like that energy. Also, Peter Schwinge, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it. Appreciate you and welcome to the walk. Sorry I missed that earlier. Just paying attention to the traffic and trying not to get hit by cars. Trying, you know, trying being the operative word. Next state, Colorado. Yeah. Very true, Badgers, but I think we got ourselves a couple of weeks of Kansas before we get into Colorado. I'm taking at least 3 weeks, but we'll see how fast we can do it. If it gets really flat, we might be able to move pretty quick through here. Can we go to the Oz Museum in Wamego, LSD missile silo in Wamego? Hey, maybe. Hey, Lee, how's it going, man? I don't see myself, Danger Tater, taking another day off in Wamego to do all those things because I can't. I use up too many days off in Atchison. But maybe some exploration isn't needed. Bad signal in the missile silo. Hey CJ, yeah, we're still going. We took like 5 or 6 days off there in Atchison to dodge a heat wave that was coming at us, but we are back on the road now and moving our way to Santa Monica slowly but surely. Thanks, Frosty. It is starting to rain again. Good. Just make sure we keep all our gear covered and we'll be fine. Everything's fine. They were greatly, actually. So like the first 3 days I had off, I don't think I left the room once a day to go to Subway and Walmart on one day. And then I was forced to take a couple more days off for heat wave issues. And because of that, my girlfriend decided that she was going to use this opportunity to be able to catch me. So she flew on out here from Boston to Kansas City, and she stayed with me for 2 days, which was really, really cool. And kind of like a huge morale boost because I haven't seen her in almost 3 months. So I had a really good days off because it feels like it puts me behind. I couldn't think of a better way to spend them than the ways I did, so it was good. Yeah, it was great, man. It was awesome. For sale, parachute, used once, never opened, small stain, price to sell. Have you seen Dorothy out there? Not yet, Badges, but we're just entering Kansas, man. We got another 3 weeks to go. Is it getting easier to talk to chat and still get around? Yeah. I don't think I really ever had a problem with talking to the chat. I mean, I fall a couple of messages behind, and probably a little bit of delay on your guys because I fall so far behind. I think I've done a pretty good job. Always done a pretty good job at reading chat. It ain't too bad. Like I said, CJ, it keeps me more entertained than anything else. This would be a hard trip to do if for 6 months I had to go out here and walk every day and had no one to talk to and nothing to see but myself. Cows? No cows. So I love being able to read chat and keep my mind occupied while I do this walk across the country. Thought those roller things are cows. Those are hay bales, believe it or not. So when the grass and straw gets really long, someone will come through and they'll mow those up and they'll sell them as feed for like cattle or feed for horses or something. I think a nice LSD break would be nice, though I don't recommend LSD and mushrooms because you'll pull out some hair thinking you're dying. Lol. Is it a Maxwell parachute good till the last drop? All that sweet. All of Kansas is going to be nothing. Like when you get into the western part, it's just going to be flatlands with corn on both sides, and that's all we're going to see for weeks because that's what people keep telling me. But right now, this part of Kansas is super nice. I like it a lot. Best CJ, in the next couple of days here, we're going to be going into some remote back roads, so we don't know how well it's going to hold up. But I mean, right now I got 5 bars on my phone. Life is good. Hey, Barry on the river, how's it going? Yeah, 1, 2. I find it so peculiar what you will read. Well, sometimes, well, Ziggy, I'll be honest with that last one, the message was just so long, I stopped reading it halfway through. I don't know if it was inappropriate or anything like that. I just like, I was tired and going downhill. I was like that. I missed the stream for 3 days, and it's like you're in the same place. It's almost like walking across the country takes a long time. Streamed in about 5 days. How's it going? It is going fantastic. You should get some Olympic medal after. I bet no could compete with your walk in a marathon. In a walk marathon? Oh, I don't know badges. We just did the day that we got into Atchison, right? It was like a 22-mile day or something like that. And we did the whole entire thing without taking a single break, which was interesting. That was a good day. Just to see if we could do it, and we could. Oh, this trip is changing my perception of the cellular coverage resilience, yeah. Yeah, me too, CJ. I didn't expect Missouri to be like as tough as it was. I also didn't expect Missouri to be as hilly as it was, so it makes sense that it was bad because of the hills. People are saying that Kansas is really bad, but so far, like I said, Kansas has been pretty good. We'll see if it sticks up that way, but who knows? I think those Kansas State route signs are so cool with the sunflower. Yeah, it is pretty cool. I try to write it as consciously as possible while you're still getting the 24-hour period across. Are you eventually trying for Topeka? No, Frosty, we're not going to go as far south as Topeka. It's a tough one. We could go as far south as Topeka, but that would add like 3 days to my journey. And after taking 5 days off, I don't want to add 5 days to the journey, if you know what I mean. You would probably guarantee us better cell coverage, but I think we're just going to take a day where we have bad cell coverage and we're walking through like the back roads. It's a tough call. I don't think we are though. So can I get the Boston underground crime stories now that we talk about? The only crime story I have, CJ, is that my dad did some work for Whitey Bulger back in the 90s. Now I say that making it sound like it was illegal or something like that. It wasn't. My dad was a pipe fitter. He was a welder. Whitey Bulger hired him to do some work in one of his buildings. That was it. All above boards, perfectly legal. Knock knock. Who? Knock knock. Who's there? Knock knock. Door open. Lol. Relative have interactions with Whitey and the whole character. Yeah. Like I said, my dad and my grandfather both were pipe fitters back in the day. Did some work for them. Legal work above boards. Nothing bad. But they knew him for sure. For sure. Hey Jenny, how's it going? Oh boy. Hey, look at that. We're only 5 miles out of Nortonville. Psh, we're gonna make it there no problems today. We're definitely gonna get through and past Nortonville. All right. I think it was Rufus asking earlier. Yeah, so it's been weird, Badgers, right? I was living under the assumption that Kansas was gonna be super flat. But then people were like, no, it's not going to be flat. The eastern part of Kansas is actually really hilly. The western part is flat, but the eastern part is going to be hilly. And like, I'm in the eastern part right now and I can see hills around me, but everywhere I'm walking so far is super flat. So I don't know if this roadway is just flat or what's going on, but so far it's been pretty flat, yeah. Whew. Weather looking pretty good there, a lot cooler than some East Coast weather right now. Jenny, it is, oh my God, it is so good. So we took the last 5 or 6 days off from streaming because we had a giant heat wave coming through where it was 100 degrees straight for 4 days. So we had to take some days off, but yesterday was the first day it cooled down a little bit. And then today it's 70 degrees out right now. It is beautiful, gorgeous, perfect walking weather. I was a little worried with the rain coming in. We weren't gonna be able to stream, but the rain's holding off. And we're just getting like a light drizzle. I can't complain at all. That's exactly what I want. Someone Boston Bruin enforcer in the 80s married his stepdaughter. Wild though, it's Chris Millen. Oh. Cool. Cool. Glad the weather was working out for you now. Yeah. It actually, in the long run, Jenny, it ended up working out pretty great. Because I took those 4 days off for the heat wave that came through, my girlfriend got out of work on Friday and was like, I'm coming to see, I'm coming down. So she flew into Kansas City, and then rented a car there and drove half an hour up to Atchison where I was. So I took yesterday off, even though it wasn't during the heat wave, to spend a second day with her. So I got to spend 2 days with my girlfriend, who I haven't seen in almost 3 months while I've been on this trip. So it was really worked out really nice. Even though we couldn't stream, I got a lot out of it. So, and even if it was bad weather, hot weather, we still made it work. Whew. Also, I got to really heavily explore the city of Atchison, which is a place that I don't think I ever in my entire life would have ever gotten to had it not been for this walk. So that was also pretty cool. Does every Subway have same food, or does some have different food selections? For the most part, Badgers, they're pretty much the same. Some Subways have 1 or 2 things that aren't normally on the menu, but they have them there. I've seen soups, I've seen pizzas, I've seen warm pretzels, hot pretzels. Some places have like oregano and some places don't. So it's like 1 or 2 ingredients or 1 or 2 pieces of food that they don't normally have. We got ice cream at a Subway in Gallatin in Missouri. That was pretty cool. You get some diversity. Yeah, I'm with you, Gecko. I missed the ice cream one too, but that was a really nice treat. And I guess it wouldn't be a treat if every Subway had it. Whew. Main interview, Nilan was like nothing happened except when he gave him the talk to be respectful on that date and gave him $200 on the date going forward. Nilan barely had contact with him. Yeah. Well, yeah. Once he got in trouble, CJ, no one wants any affiliation with him anyway. Even before that, most people didn't want affiliation with him. He was a bad guy. He was a bad guy. Yeah, it was really cool. It was just like, it was Blue Bunny branded ice cream, but they were selling it at a Subway location. It was really cool. Out in Gallatin. Echo. Alright, I'm gonna take a second while there's no cars running us and just take a look at the map real quick, guys. I want to make sure I know where I am. Here in Canada, I've seen Yogan Fru's frozen yogurt at a Subway location. It's a different checkout area with that kind of Subway. Oof, not if it's a different checkout area. Basically, the new rule, Jenny, or the rule I'm using right now is Subway gave me that e-gift card. If I can't pay for it from that with that e-gift card, I don't know if I'm counting it as Subway. The only exception I made to that was a Pilot Subway station, which is a truck stop that for some reason didn't accept Subway gift cards, but it was a Subway, so that was weird. That's kind of what I'm using. Hey, Papa Joan, how's it going? Could you back Massachusetts if you had to after you're done? Could I walk back, Badgers? Probably. Like, I have the strength to do it. Would I want to? No. No. This is a cool trip, don't get me wrong, and I love this trip, and I love the fact that I'm on it, Badgers, and I would not want to be anywhere other than where I am now. But this trip takes a lot out of you, man. It beats you up. For sure. I feel like if we find Gecko Joke Source, the holy grail will find it. Cool. I want to go to Subway with ice cream. All they got here in Toronto locations is cookies for dessert. The cookies are great. Don't sleep on the cookies though, CJ. In the past like week, I've had so many cookies. I've been ordering like 6 a day just to try to keep my calorie intake up. Even though it's not good calories, they were calories. But they're good. But that ice cream was it just hit different because again, I haven't had anything other than Subway for 2 months, so to get to have an ice cream was like a supreme treat. Papa John's, we are just outside of Nortonville, Kansas. We left Atchison, Kansas this morning. Really cool place, the birthplace of Amelia Earhart. Got to go to the Amelia Earhart Museum. Had some cool experiences there while I was there for like 5 to 6 days. But now we are on our way to Nortonville. And, you know, eventually we'll go, which is where the next subway is, 80 miles away from the subway we went to this morning. Just under the pile of dead chairs. Let's see, 5 miles, about an hour and a half. It's 1:40 right now. So that'll bring us to what, like 3 o'clock? Like 3:15, 3:20, if we don't take any breaks. Well, my tootsies are tired. I gotta take a little break. And if we just keep walking until like 6 o'clock, we can put in some good miles. We'll see. Some more big old trucks coming right at us. Perfect. So I looked at the map a little bit. I think what I'm going to try to do is we're going to stream until we get into Nortonville at least. I might try to aim for the next town, which was Valley something. And the reason I might try to aim for there is because there's a big wildlife conservation area right at the start of Valley, whatever it is. And that sounds like it's pretty much a guaranteed place to sleep. Realistically, I don't know how many miles away that is. I don't know if we'll be able to make it there today. But it's a good place that for what I like to call a emergency sleeping spot, which is basically like if we just keep walking and we don't find anywhere to sleep, at least we know we have that in the future, even if we have to walk until 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock at night to get there. So that's the plan. We're just gonna walk here until Nortonville. We'll take a look at the map and reevaluate, and we can find a new place to sleep. And if not, we're just gonna keep walking and keep an eye out for a place to sleep until we hit Valley something or other. If a Subway franchise operation, if it is, then each franchise could have different contracts and rules about what they can sell, like ice cream. Yeah, so I think it was a franchise location, Kepper, but I think like in the bylaws of the Subway franchise agreement, you can add certain other foods to the menu as long as they're approved by Subway or something like that. I don't know. But they did have ice cream. Valley Falls, that's it. Yes, thank you. Feel free to say no comment, but is Southie that different from the rest of Boston, or is it just media creation of how rough it is there? Oh, CJ, no, Southie is way different than it was in the 90s. So in the 90s, it was a very rough place, but nowadays it's very, very, I don't know if you can say it, but it's been a little bit gentrified. It's a lot of more of a younger crowd now, and it's a lot nicer than it was. The kind of old style Irish roots are kind of out of Southie nowadays. There are some nice forests in California to camp. Just keep going till then. You're right, Gecko. That's a good emergency camp spot. I'll just keep walking until I hit like a redwood forest or something. Those big old trees will protect me. Why did the squirrel climb the tree? To grab his nuts. Lol. I was sitting in that tree. Well, that really sounds like that's on you, Gecko. What are you doing in that squirrel's tree? Alright. The nickname Rabbit Hole led down to the story of how my female cousin gave me the nickname. Was more accurate than my own. Took me till I was 22 or 24 before I realized. Oh, no, I read that one. So that one wasn't too long. But how does that lead to Frosty though? Shooting the squirrel when he comes back. I don't think I can blame you after what he's done to you, Gecko. After how he's made you feel, I don't blame you for shooting him. It is what it is. The Departed left out the gentrified part of the story. Good movie though, solid movie. But yeah, I mean, Whitey left in the early 90s, you know what I mean? After that, it's been a lot of growth and change. It's a beautiful place now. There's tons of great bars in the Southie, tons of great restaurants. I like going there. I know a couple of people that live there. Hang out with them, it's great. Heck, Castle Island, which used to be a big hub for shipping and international trade and all that. And it still is. It has the trade ports open. It's mostly with China nowadays, but it used to be more worldwide. It's now like a tourist destination where they sell like Sullivan's ice cream. You can walk around Castle Island, take tours of the fort. It's pretty nice. Talks to me, I don't like using my real name here. I just like to be Ziggy here on... Yeah, no worries, Ziggy, no worries. I would never want you to reveal your own name. Keep it comfy cozy. That's what I say. Keep it comfy cozy. Alright, I gotta tell you guys, so far I am loving Kansas. I am down with this state. I heard a lot of trash talk about Kansas, and it's definitely too early to make my own judgment call because, again, I've only been here for 7 days, but only 2 days of walking. But so far, this state is pretty awesome. Trees everywhere, rivers everywhere, the sounds of beautiful birds singing as I walk. Nice paved roadways, even if the shoulder is not super huge. It's got scenery to look at. It's not all just corn. I like it. Hey, El Plagiato, how's it going, man? Whew. Yes, yeah, I'll give you that. The Missouri shoulder was better. Yeah. For when we weren't on, you know, gravel dirt roadways. He was better. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing super good, El Plagiato. We had to take a couple days off to avoid a heat wave. So I didn't stream and I haven't walked in like 5 to 6 days. So my legs were feeling a little stiff this morning, but they're loosened up now. Got to see the girlfriend who came out to visit us for a couple of days while we were taking our rest. And I haven't seen her in almost 3 months, so that was awesome. And now I'm just feeling good, man. I'm just walking, just living La Vida Loca. Nothing crazy badgers. I think the most like creeped out I was on this trip was I saw a coyote crossing the road once in the middle of the day, which was weird because they're usually nocturnal animals. And when you see them running around in daytime, the first thought is like, oh, maybe it's a rabid one. So that wasn't great, but that was about it. Other than that, I've been sleeping in my tent and I've had coyotes running around the tent. They won't ever do anything unless they're rabid. So that's been fine. A lot of deer, a lot of raccoons, a couple of possums, snapping turtles, that kind of stuff. Not bad. Heat wave also did hit Europe pretty hard. No reason to be outside when it's 100 degrees Fahrenheit or more. That's what I'm saying. I don't like taking the rest though, Plagiato, because I like to stay ahead on this adventure, but I was told it was the smart thing to do. Also, Mom MDE, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it. Appreciate you, and welcome to the walk. What did you learn on this trip about gear necessary for the elements? Anything you find necessary? The biggest mistake I made, CJ, as far as gear, and to be honest with you, I think it's the only mistake I made. Otherwise, I think I've done pretty good. Was I brought patch kits instead of replacement inner tubes for my tires on the stroller. And I tried to patch up the tire on the side of the road to find out that my patch kits were too big for the size of the inner tube tire on my old stroller. So they didn't work. I then had to carry everything for 7 miles into the nearest town before I was able to find someone that was willing to help me out, and that was a pretty rough experience. So that's the biggest like gear thing. Other than that, I mean, if all of your food is being supplied by Subway, for gear, what do you need? You need your clothes, you need water and a way to get more water, and that's about it. Something to carry it all in. So you don't need a whole lot on a trip like this, to be honest with you. Gatlinburg trip is booked 4 nights at Beer Creek Motel right in downtown. Second week of August, 71 bucks a night, and hotel had great reviews for the most part. That's awesome, Richie. Congratulations, man. I hope you enjoy the trip. I think you're gonna love it, man. I love Tennessee. Another police officer driving by us. We want you to make this trip, but not at all costs. Feels amazing, man. Lol. Hey, Taj Bass, how's it going? They have a unique mini putt course too. Forgot the name though. Also, Richie, if you or anyone you're going with, or if you or Carol or anyone you're going with likes wine, they have a whole bunch of like wine trails there that are free to do, like the tastings. You go in, and if you do like 5 of the 7 of them, they'll give you a free wine glass, which is pretty cool. I'm not a big wine guy, but the girlfriend and her sister seem to like that. That was good. Hey, Jiku. Have you traveled across the U.S. many times before? Jiku, no, this is my first time, man. This is my first time. I've been to spotty places, like I've flown to San Diego, California before. I flew to Colorado Springs in Colorado before. I've never been to Kansas. I've never been to Missouri before this trip, or Illinois or Indiana. So I've seen parts of it. This will be my first trip going all the way across. Gonna do both the Ripley's and the Titanic. Yeah, nice. The Titanic was a fun one. The girlfriend really liked it. Riddle time to see if Sean is still sane. What happens if you drop a yellow hat in the Red Sea? Yellow hat in the Red Sea. You get an orange hat? It floats. It's a hat in the sea. I don't know. Been through there before, but never actually stayed and enjoyed the sights. It's good. It's good stuff. If you like amusement parks, I can't recommend Dolly World enough. They got a lot of great shows there too at Dolly World, about Dolly Parton and, you know, country music in general. It's pretty good stuff. Sunny San Diego, Colorado, great place. You know, I was thinking I was talking too fast. I caught myself though. Finish getting through all 50 states someday. Someday, Badges, I absolutely will. My dream for right now, and I don't know why I don't just do it. Like, I'm a doer generally. When I say I want to do something, I just go out and do it. Like walking across the country. I said I wanted to do it, so I just went out and did it. But I've always wanted to go to Alaska, and I think I have this belief that if I go out there and it's not as good as I built it up in my head, I'm gonna hate the fact that I went out there, and that's what's stopping me from doing it. But I've always wanted to see Alaska. It gets wet. Picked walking for the first time. That's hardcore. Cycling across the U.S. is my dream. Yeah, Jico. I don't have the knees for cycling, unfortunately. I blew out my left knee entirely when I was 18 years old. Tore the ACL, sprained the MCL, tore the meniscus, blew out the whole thing. It wasn't great. I also have a neurological disorder that causes me spasms in my Achilles tendons and in my calves, which is not great for cycling, but it's good for low impact, low endurance exercises like walking. So that's why I'm walking. Is that Orlando Hills? I've seen from the outside of both the steps. Little pogo stick across wet. That sounds like a fun time flip. Pogo steps, if you use them right, you require very little energy. They just bounce on their own. Turn around, you're done. Titanic and Ripley. It's your first time there. Dolly's a national treasure. Charity gets kids books in the mail until they are old enough to get library cards. We need more Dolly for America and the world. I agree with that, CJ. I love Dolly Parton. Hey, Beyond Shameless. Do you have any idea when and where you will hit the halfway mark? Yeah, I do. It was, it was about 6 days ago in Atchison, Kansas, when we crossed over the Missouri River. That is what we were calling the halfway mark. And I stayed in Atchison for 6 days because we had a giant heat wave that just came through. And my girlfriend came and visited. So we're a little bit over halfway now, actually. This is our first day walking since we hit the halfway point, is what I should say. Yeah, you're right, Ziggy. Cycling is really low impact. The problem is cycling uses a lot of calf muscles when you're going up a hill, whereas you use more thigh muscles and hamstring when you're going up a hill while walking. It's different muscle groups. So I gotta be really nice to my my calves and Achilles tendon areas, and my knees. But the knees are a sore spot on a bike, and the calves are a sore spot on the bike. Eric's son 88, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it. Appreciate you, and welcome to the walk. They say that, but it is tough on the hands and shoulders, not the knees. Ah. You know what's fascinating to see those, Iggy, is there's a big difference between people that road cycle and people that long distance road cycle. In the same way that I guess there's a big difference between people that hike and people that through hike. Like just the amount of gear that you need and what you use to carry it is all very different. But like when you build a cycling setup for when you have to cycle across the US, you either have to carry a wagon with you, which most people don't like to do because it makes them too long and too dangerous for biking on roadways. Or they build these like saddle packs. They have to build a metal rig that goes along the wheels so they don't interfere with the wheels while they're turning, but they saddle around the back of the wheels, and they stuff everything that they own in those things, and they're kind of interesting to see. But I was talking to a guy back in New York that was biking across. He was going from Buffalo, New York up to Montreal, and then he was going to go west across Canada until he hit the west coast. Forget his name, but he was a cool dude. Only realized you came on now. No worries, Foxy Grandpa. We've been on for almost 4 hours now. We've been doing good. Thank you, Beyond Shameless. I appreciate it. So far, not eaten by a bear, or swept up by a thunderstorm, or ran over by a car. So far, so good. That's what I'm saying, Badges. Every day we're feeling good and still walking is a good day to me, man. You were gone for so long, my sub expired. Sorry about that, Foxy. But we had to rest in the heat, and then like I said, the girlfriend came out to visit, so I took another 1 extra day off to spend with her, which was nice. Middle of Kansas is technically the halfway point of the lower 48 of the U.S. That's true. So Kemper, we're taking a weird route that like. So if you look at the West Coast comes inward a lot as you get into like Southern California. Right, so instead of being out as far as it is in like Oregon or Washington, it's really, really far in. And because we're doing that diagonal, our halfway point is a little bit closer to the East Coast than the middle of Kansas. I found cycling made my hands go numb, but it turns out I was gripping it too hard and leaning on it too much. As soon as I fixed that, it's all done. Oh, nice. I used to love cycling as a kid. I just don't do it anymore. That's the problem. I just don't do it anymore. Do you have any special plan for walking the hotter states coming up? It's what do you call it? A daily schedule adjustment, GQ is what it's going to be, or GQ rather. We're going to walk from like 4 o'clock in the morning until like 9 o'clock in the morning, 10 o'clock in the morning. Then we're going to stop. We're going to take off the middle of the day, sleep during the middle of the day, and then we're going to start walking again when it gets closer to like 7, 8 o'clock at night. Trying to catch the sun hours so that like we can still see and we're not walking in the middle of the night or anything like that, but avoiding the hottest parts of the day. So yeah, we're gonna do that. We're just gonna have to make sure we have plenty of water on us and we stay as safe as possible, but that's the plan. How did you wreck your knee? In a bouncy house, McSally. Long story short, I was at a high school graduation party where they had one of those inflatable bouncy house obstacle courses, and we were running relay races in there. And my team had fallen behind, and I decided that I needed to be the team savior to make up for the time that they had lost. So I got up to the top of one of the obstacles that was on the top of a hill. And rather than sliding down like you were supposed to and going through the obstacle course, I decided to jump. And so I jumped from the top of the hill and caught my leg on a crossbar, bowed it out, and blew out my ACL and everything else with it. So yeah, I'm the only person that I know of that has ever existed that has blown out their ACL in a bouncy house. Which is, you know, maybe not a good claim to fame, but is in fact a claim to fame. If there's a zombie breakout and they ate all the Subway, what would you do? I would starve, badgers. No, I mean, obviously the right answer is I would just, if there was for some reason I was gonna die or I had to choose between death or eating something that wasn't Subway, I would just eat something that wasn't Subway. But we're gonna plan and work our way accordingly, so that is not something that happens to us. What do you call a bouncy house shaped like a plane? Boing, boing, boing. Lol. I like that one. V-Call, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it. Appreciate you, and welcome to the walk. Airdrop Subways, of course. So Jiku, interestingly enough, we're about to hit some really, really long Subway dry spells. We're in one right now that's 80 miles. The Subway we went to this morning and the next Subway we're going to in Wamego are 80 miles apart, which is not great. In between Kansas and Colorado, we're gonna hit a 196 mile stretch where there's no subways. And in the Mojave Desert, there's gonna be 156 miles where there's no subways. So what we did for those areas is my family back home bought a whole bunch of Subway subs, took the meat and veggies from outside of the sub, dehydrated them and vacuum sealed them to make Subway jerky. So now I have a whole bunch of Subway jerky with us, and that's what we're gonna eat on our way through the desert. And that's what's gonna keep us alive. So no airdrops, unfortunately, but we do have Subway jerky to thrive on. And I'm not sure how it's gonna taste, but you know, we're gonna find out eventually. All right. Also, interesting enough, I've seen plenty of soy and I've seen plenty of corn, which we saw all the way through Indiana, Illinois, and Ohio and all that good stuff. But I've been told Kansas is really big on wheat too, but I have not seen a whole lot of wheat yet. No, CJ, I didn't bring a food sealer with me, but my family back home sealed it all into individually sized packets, so when I open one up, I can eat it, so I don't have to reseal them. Yeah. And then they sealed them all, so that way I have them all sealed and ready to go and portioned out so that they're one meal size each. A pretty interesting plan. When you're wandering the desert, you think I'm picturing you seeing a mirage of a Subway? I probably will, Foxy, yeah. I'm thinking it's not going to be too bad, man. I think if we stick to our regiment, first of all, we're not going to be walking there until like mid to late September, so hopefully it'll be cooled down a little bit anyway. And as long as we stick to our avoiding the hottest part of the day, I think we'll be just fine. Jiku, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it. Appreciate you, and welcome to the walk. Oh, that could be at McSally. If the wheat's already been harvested, I'm not going to see it. Fair enough. Now I know I can seal Subway sandwiches to make it last a few weeks. Yeah, you can, yep. And you can vacuum seal just about anything. It'll make it last longer. We dehydrated it first so that we really removed all of the toxins, bacteria, and all that bad stuff, and then vacuum sealed it afterwards. To just be really, really careful, but if we just vacuum sealed it, I'm sure it would have been fine. It's because wheat farmers use illusion spells to hide it from thieves. Ah, smart. I gotcha, Siggy. Those crafty wheat farmers. Cool. You're the ones walking, we're just along for the ride. And CJ, let me tell you, I'm so glad you are here for the ride. It's so nice getting to talk to you guys and not have to like talk to myself alone in a hotel room or talk to Mr. Wilson here. Well, someone probably said this already, but this gives me Forrest Gump vibes. Hey C96, you want to see something crazy? Well, I'll show you real quick. The day before I left, I shaved my beard down to nothing and I buzz cut my hair. And we are letting it all grow out over the course of the trip so that I can look like Forrest Gump at the end of his trip. So that's where the beard has gotten so far. That's what I was showing. It's a very long beard now, very bushy. It's good stuff. I hope all those cars passing by just watch me feel up my own face and they're like, what's that guy doing? Jenny! Jenny! Ooh. Do you tell people when you walk in that you are the Subway? Does everyone alone just about know it? No, that is, I have this thing where I don't actually talk about it until someone else brings it up. So I will walk into a Subway and I'm not going to say a thing until they ask me what's going on with the stroller. It's what I kind of like to play that game where I see how long it takes until someone brings it up. I hope you have a crowd behind you by the end. I think I will. I don't think they're coming until the very last day, Jiku, but I think on the last day, we're gonna get a couple people out here that are gonna join us for when we cross the line into Santa Monica. I think Artman, who is another great guy and an awesome streamer, and you guys should check him out whenever he goes live, is gonna join us for the end there, or at least for a desert portion, so I'm excited. Hey, Jenny, I'm here. Low. Y'all calling for me or what? They were asking for my Forrest Gump impression. Jenny. Low. Well, Santa Monica Pier, there is a Bubba Gump Shrimp Company. Oh. But real question, Principal Matthew, is there a Subway Gump Shrimp Company? That's what I'm looking for. Whew. All right. So that's an interesting sign, 196 miles. If we're going at 20 miles a day, 196 miles to get us through the state of Kansas, that's 20 days. It's about right. If it said it's going to take us 3 weeks to get through, yeah, that's about right. Yeah, GQ, I think I've been told to get ready for that. A lot of Kansas seems flat, but it's actually like slightly at an uphill grade to work your way towards Colorado, where you hit the Rockies and you're those really high elevations. So we're gonna be uphill for most of the state, I think. But believe it or not, this gradual uphill, it's really not bad. It's not bad at all. Patrick, you and me both, man. I didn't even put on sunblock today. Oh, don't tell Jenny that. But the cloud cover is keeping us nice and safe. The rain is keeping us nice and cool, and we ain't burning. No, no, Sean, we've been through this. Her name is Carrie. You've not been the same since the accident. Please tell me you remember the accident. What accident, Ziggy? So we has a new thing I heard about on the news today. Get a foot-long tattoo of a foot-long Subway and get free Subway for life. I have seen it, McSally. They, first of all, you have to go to the location of the event and you have to get a foot-long tattoo, and depending on where you get it and how big you get it, you can get free Subway from anywhere from like a week, I think it was, to Subway for life. If you get a full-size foot-long on your chest or upper back, they will give it to you for life. Which is a crazy, crazy marketing event. That's crazy. Listen, I love Subway enough that I can walk across the entire country eating nothing but Subway. I don't know if I'd get a giant foot-long tattoo of it on my back. I don't watch news except the weather anymore. I don't watch anything anymore, CJ. I don't have access to a TV or nothing. I watch YouTube videos on the iPad before I go to sleep sometimes. That's about it. Has the CEO called you yet, telling you're making him look bad? I bet the CEO don't eat that many subs every day. Lol. No calls from the CEO, although I have heard from Abby that the CEO has watched the stream once or twice. He knows about us. Too negative and no relevance to my life. Yeah. That tattoo would make a great conversation starter for life too. I'm just picturing how annoying I would be, McSally. Could you imagine every time I go out with like my friends or family or something and they're like, hey, you want to go out to eat? I'm like, yeah, I know the perfect place. Let's go to this place where I can get my food for free and you guys have to pay. Lol. The CEO knows what a diva. Lol. I don't know, Ziggy, I don't know how much time he spent watching us. I know that he knows we exist, and I know that he has seen the stream, and that's it. Might have been for like 10 seconds. He walked in and he was like, oh, that's fun, and then left. Who knows? But I know he knows we exist. Thanks for that, Abby. They are not watching all the time, Danger, but they do occasionally from time to time hop in. Knowing my luck, it's usually when I'm saying something really delirious or something really crazy is when they pop in, and then they just leave and that's it. I think it's a gift card, a huge one every month. Oh, that's a good way to do it, McSally. That's a good way to do it. That's how they did it with me. I got a gift card, and they just replenish it every time it runs low. We exist. Official emotes would be cool. That's true. Speaking of Forrest Gump, you've seen this meme with 4 of his movies and the caption is "Never go on a trip with Tom Hanks." I have seen that. It makes me worry, CJ, about the fact that we named our baby stroller after Wilson from Castaway. Mr. Wilson! Is it an omen? Are we gonna get stranded somewhere in Kansas? Castaway Apollo 13. Oh boy. Captain Phillips. Never ever travel with Tom Hanks. What best Subway combos you've eaten so far? Ziggy's was actually like really good. I actually really like Ziggy's. I haven't had it in a long time, but it was really good. And it was just rotisserie chicken on an Italian herbs and cheese with everything green on the menu. That was surprisingly delicious. Had like avocado on it, you know, green peppers, a little bit of jalapenos, like with a little spice. It was awesome. But as far as the new sandwiches goes, I have been absolutely addicted to the Boss. I can't get them all the time because they don't store very well with marinara sauce and meatballs and all that, but the meatball, pepperoni, and mozzarella cheese combo is just, it's been too good to me. Too good. I also really like the Mexicali, but that's just because I like that avocado, that fresh avocado. Do you think it would bother you if I kept saying you're walking so slow? No, I think I don't know. Trust me, I feel that in my core, Ziggy. On your days off, how nice was it to actually not have to store any subs and enjoy fresh ones with all the toppings and sauces you wanted? That was really, really, really nice, Foxy Grandpa. Really super nice. I tend to get really, really lazy when I take my days off, though, I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, I still had to run around and do a couple errands, you know, laundry, pick some stuff up at Walmart, go grab my subs. But, like, I don't eat breakfast because I don't even want to get out of bed until, like, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock. And when I finally do, I get out of bed, I get dressed, and I'm like, do I really want to walk the Subway right now? So the first day I was there, I walked the Subway. Every day after that, I didn't have to, because when I walked there the first day, I took one of the Bird scooters back to the hotel, and it was there waiting for me every day after. My trusty steed. Pretty sure Granny with a walker passed us earlier. How the feet holding up? I work labor and walk like 13 miles a day is catching up. Just got cortisone shots in my heels. Oof. They're doing pretty well, C96. At this point, my feet are so calloused over, though. They're like as hard as a rock. Yeah, it's kind of gross, but at the same time, it makes it so that I haven't had a blister since New York. Or since I drained the one in, Ohio was the last time. How many times did your girl eat Subway with you? 3, 4, 4, 3. 3, yes, 3. She got it, no, only twice? That doesn't sound right. Yeah, only twice. Only twice. Because we went on the first day she was here, she got lunch at that Riverside bar when I didn't. But then I grabbed Subway for lunch and she didn't grab anything. So it was just dinner the first day she was there, and then lunch the second day she was there, because she grabbed breakfast at the hotel, and then she wasn't there for dinner. So just twice. Imagine the strip was McDonald's sponsored Super Size Me sequel on the road. I would be dead, CJ. I would not be alive. I've said it before and I will say it again. One of the main reasons that we were doing the Subway walk, eating nothing but Subway, is because it's the only actual restaurant chain that we could have done it with. We had no other options. Nothing else is as plentiful, like there aren't enough locations of them, or as healthy. It's just nutritional. I thought about KFC, that'd kill us. Taco Bell would kill us. We'd die like Elvis on the toilet. McDonald's would kill us. But Subway makes us healthier. Lol. Do you really want to set us up for a long joke about Sean? 343,432 times. Got it. Yes. Yep. If you pick up the pace a little bit by 0.1 miles per hour, we can get to Santa Monica 13 hours faster. Listen, it ain't worth it, Danger Tater. I promise you, man, if I was to pick up the pace even by 0.1 miles per hour, the amount of miles I could walk in a day would slow significantly. It's that crazy. I give the alley-oop, who's gonna dunk it? Lol. Or maybe Morgan Spurlock would have been okay if he ate all the McDonald's if he won on a cross-country marathon and have no movie and no shock value. There's all sorts of, I don't know how much I can say about it, CJ, but there's all sorts of conspiracies about that guy. Yeah. There's people that think he was out there fudging results and making McDonald's seem worse than it actually was and all that good stuff. I don't know for a fact how much it is, so I don't want to say that he was doing it or he wasn't, but there are people that believe he was. Who knows? Who knows? I'm just a man walking. Also, what's crazy is right now I actually think I'm skinnier than I was when I first met my girlfriend in high school, by the way. I think she said that. I'm also way more tan than I've ever been in my entire life, so I look very different than I usually look, is what my girlfriend said. If I walked across the United States, I would only eat at the International House of Pancakes. Then I could claim that I hopped across the U.S. Whoa. Oh, that's a good one. Definitely not enough IHOPs to do it, though. Google will look like now, and seems like he's gone. Yeah, well, I'm sure he has. C97. I'm sorry, 96. I'm sure that he has. Yeah. Not a good guy. Not a good guy. I'm here for it, no cap. They fuel me, CJ. That's the only reason I've been able to walk as far as I have is from dad jokes. I'm pretty sure he is still in there, ABC. I don't think he is out. No. Come on, T. Realistically, T, if I was doing this walk, I could do maybe 10 miles a day without a dad joke. Second I hear a dad joke, boom, instantly over 20. Guaranteed. I need them. They fuel me. Oh, also, real quick, it's been another hour, I just noticed, T. For anyone who might be new to the channel here, just so you know what we're doing, we are currently walking across the continental United States of America. We left Boston, Massachusetts back on May 1st, and we are headed to the Santa Monica Pier in Santa Monica, California. The whole trip is going to span over 3,000 miles, take us anywhere from 5 to 6 months to complete, and we're going to do the entire trek eating nothing but food that you can buy at a Subway restaurant chain, all in partnership with the charity organization called Big City Mountaineers, which is an organization that takes kids and adolescents from underprivileged communities out on adventures in nature and the wilderness. It's a really cool organization. I'm really happy to partner with them. Also, we are officially sponsored by Subway now. They are paying for all of our food from here on out across the country. They are donating $10,000 to the Big City Mountaineers charity organization, and they have built me a custom made-to-order baby stroller, which is great because we use a baby stroller to push all of our gear and equipment in, so I don't have to carry it on my back. Dad jokes give me power, lol. And not for long, giving a fly. This shoulder gets real skinny real soon. Getting that free labor from you. I felt like I'm on a Delta flight. Good job on the invitation. Thank you very much, CJ. I work on it. Yeah. I have said that spiel more times than I can humanly count, CJ, but I love saying it. Because it's a really cool thing we're doing, and I'm proud to be doing it, I guess. It's nice to be able to talk about it to anyone that will listen. Get back to work with you, my favorite deviant. Lol. And keep all hands, feet inside the vehicle at all times. Do not take off your seatbelt until the captain puts on the no seatbelt sign. All right? Don't do it. Don't do it. Oh, sweet Ziggy. That's a sweet gig, man. Well, I also just realized it's already after 2 o'clock p.m. Man, I've been walking for a while. We're doing it. Bedside manner. I don't know why, whenever I think of flight attendants, I just like to picture them getting real aggressive with it. Don't you dare take that seatbelt off. I swear, Lord Almighty, I will take this plane down. I mean, what? Oof. Okay, never mind. I take it all back, Ziggy. That's a rough one. I actually don't mind an early start. I used to have to start at 5 a.m. when I was commuting for an hour and a half to get to where I was going, and that was rough. That was right when COVID started, so the roads were like empty. It was kind of nice. At least before takeoff, the tones changed in the air. That's true. I have noticed that. They are a lot friendlier on the ground. There was a time in my life, CJ, I thought about becoming a flight attendant. I could do that. Travel the world for severely discounted prices. Or even free, you know. I'm sure there's not a whole lot of money in it. I can't imagine. Well, have they done any studies to see if like flying in a plane that many times that often actually has like any negative health effects or anything like that? I don't know. I will whip you, honey boy, if you take that seatbelt off. Take seatbelt off. Oh, God. All right, someone get the alcohol wipes. Is there, though? Is there? I've heard studies, right, Ziggy, that supposedly your UV radiation exposure is... like exposure levels goes up the higher in elevation you are. So people in Colorado generally have a higher exposure of UV radiation than elsewhere. But I don't know if that's true in a plane because you're covered. Like the UV radiation has a hard time getting through the shell of the plane. It's also a pressurized cabin, so I don't know that there's any pressure differentials or anything like that that's gonna mess with you. I mean, you enter a lot of G-forces on takeoff and on landings, and that can't be good for you, like repeated acceleration forces. I don't know. I do not know. More radiation from a flight than X-ray scans for TSA. Is that true? Is that a true statement? Huh. I guess that'd make sense. I didn't know. I didn't know. But you gotta figure there are people that live their entire lives as like Air Force pilots or as pilots, right? And they seem to be fine. They fly a lot. Hey, Bert, I remember some other guy doing this, but he found a hotel with a hot tub just over the Kansas border and vanished. Oh, Bert. Man, it was a good couple of days. We took like 5 or 6 days off, man, and dodged that heat wave for the first 4. But then on the 4th day, my girlfriend decided to take the time that we were stopped to come out and fly out down to Kansas City and then to get a rental car and drive her way up to Atchison. So she stayed with me for a couple of days, 2 days. And I took yesterday off because yesterday was the last day she was here. So it was like 5 days off. Yeah, 5 days, 6 nights. That's what it was. 5 days off, 6 nights. But it was really worth it. It was an awesome experience. It was great to boost the morale again, and I'm feeling great. Plus, I got to explore the city of Atchison, Kansas, more thoroughly than I think anyone has ever explored Atchison, Kansas before. That UV ray reminded me of the Van Allen belt argument for why NASA never went to the moon conspiracy. Interesting. So I talk about it a couple of times here and there, CJ. When I was in high school, I took a class all about conspiracy theories, and it was probably the most fun class I've ever had in my entire life. And we did there was a whole segment in the class on all of the theories behind whether or not the moon landing was fake, could it have possibly been fake, and we spent like a month talking about the moon landing. It was a really fun time. Something about past the ionosphere, DNA would break down from no protection of the radiation. Well, she was only here for 2 of them, Gecko, so yeah, that's pretty much what I imagine the honeymoon's gonna be like. No, I'm kidding. Oh, no, but it was nice. Like I said, we went to the Amelia Earhart Museum. We met Chris Williamson, who was a writer of a book that we bought there and got signed by him, which was a cool experience. We checked out, you know, the International Forest of Friendship, which, by the way, I never explained what that is. It's a forest that's made up of trees from all over the world. They have like trees from Singapore and trees from all 50 states and 30 different countries or something like that. So that was pretty fun. All of them have a placard on them, by the way, that tells you where they're from and what kind of tree they are. So that was interesting. But we got to go to a couple bars and explore. My favorite class was toxins, just fascinating stuff. What kind of toxins? Like body toxins? Like all toxins? You study alcohol? Hemlock? What are you talking? All the trees grow fine in Kansas in harmony. You know, I wouldn't think so, Danger. It's a very different climate here in Kansas than it is in like Singapore or even Arizona. So I'm thinking they have to get a new tree shipped up here every couple of years because the last one they shipped died. And there was in fact 1 or 2 trees in the entire forest that had been cut down for some reason. So, you know, who knows? I can see why people think the moon landing was fake, but surely the CCCP would have been shouting from the rooftops if it were. Yeah, I mean, if it was even possible to fake it, I'm pretty sure that, yeah, the CCCP or the USSR, either one would be like, hey, that's fake. It's hard to fake something when you have multiple international organizations watching you as closely as you were being watched, trying to prove that it was fake, in fact. I'm an old-timey kind of guy, but there were a couple of conspiracy theories that I think most people believe that I'm not a fervent believer on. Like one of the ones that we studied was the JFK assassination. I don't think there was anything weird about it. I think it was just Lee Harvey Oswald was an insane man, and he did something insane, and that was it. I think it was that easy. It's happened before, and you know, sadly, it might happen again. The Ronald Reagan assassination was just a crazy guy. It happened. But then there are other conspiracy theories that people don't necessarily believe that I tend to believe. Like, I think the Abraham Lincoln conspiracy theory. I think that Andrew Johnson, the vice president at the time, set it all up. I think it was all set up for him to gain the presidency. I'd have to pull it up again to remember. I was focused more on health policy, but started with biology background. But the chemistry proved too difficult for my tiny brain. I think it's organic chemistry. It's like, yeah, I made it through chemistry all right, but I did not like I mean, most of the general chemistry was like stoichiometry, just maths. But I did not like organic chemistry. That was, you had to like visualize things in your mind, and I'm not great at visualizing in my mind. DJ FSW, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it. Appreciate you, and welcome to the walk. So MK Ultra, I'm ensuring candidate is a no-go on this. You can say whatever you want, CJ. Well, you know, whatever. I just don't know if I'll buy it. Ronald Reagan assassination says, wild dudes just posted on Twitter today. Isn't that so crazy, Ziggy? I first heard about that in class, in that conspiracy theories class. And back then, he wasn't free, but they were letting him out on extended stays of absence. So he was allowed to leave the psychiatric facility for like 5 days at a time. And I was like, that's insane. That's an insane thing. And since then, like 2 or 3 years ago, they just let him go free. Like, he no longer has to go back to the psych center. He's just walking around. JFK is interesting because there's a lot of missing records and unexplained details. I'm undecided still. Everyone always points to the magic bullet. When you trace the trajectory of the bullet that hit him, it's the trajectory doesn't line up, is what they say. If you trace it from the window that Lee Harvey Oswald supposedly shot, through where he was positioned, into where it landed, and in the front seat of the car, the front, it doesn't line up. It looks like there were multiple bullets that were shot into where it landed. And that's what people point to. I don't know, I just think it rattled around somewhere, hit his skull and bounced or whatever, who knows. I don't know, I just don't buy it. I love hitchhiking, so what's the deal going across the country while streaming? DJSF, oh sorry, hold on. DJSW, I don't know why I added an F in there. Oh, because there is one. DJFSW, wow. I am walking across the continental United States of America from Boston, Massachusetts to the Santa Monica Pier, eating nothing but food that I can buy at a Subway restaurant chain, walking in partnership with a charity organization called Big City Mountaineers. And that is what we are doing. Hey, oh hi Bacon, how's it going? Good evening. Whew. Yeah, so we're just going on a short little jaunt there. One day I just kind of felt like walking, left my house up in Massachusetts, and decided California was a good destination, you know? So we're not doing a whole lot of hitchhiking, although we have done it once on this trip so far. We didn't gain any distance by doing it. I grabbed a ride from someone at a car dealership to a Walmart to pick up spare inner tube tires because I got a flat tire. And then they drove me right on back to the car dealership where I fixed up my buggy because I am pushing a baby stroller in front of us. And that's all we've done for hitchhiking on this trip so far. But we are walking. We are 86 days into the adventure. We just hit the halfway point about 6 days ago, and we are loving life. And not no good. How's it going? Whew. Hey, Penguin Savage, how's it going? You know what else was really fun about that class though, Bert, was there's an old WWE wrestler that turned into an actor that then turned into a politician named Jesse Ventura. And Jesse Ventura for a while had a show all about conspiracy theories, and this man believed every single last one of them. You could tell him any conspiracy theory in the world, no matter how wild it was, he believed it and he would do a show about it. And we used to watch his shows in class and they were hilarious. They were awesome. I used to love that. Do you walk fast or do you pace yourself when you walk? I pace myself, Badgers, but my pace is fast. I walk at about 3.4 miles per hour. I camped along the way. We're trying to reach the next hostel/hotel while walking towards the end goal. So like I said, we've been out here 86 days, so 85 nights. My math before was bad. I have spent 23 of them in a hotel, 5 with friends and family. So 28 minus what, 85, 77, 57 nights in a tent and a sleeping bag. 57 in a tent and a sleeping bag. That's how it splits up. Hey, Winnie, how's it going? Jesse the Body Ventura. That's the one, Gecko. 2009-ish was a fun time. I used to love the Jesse Ventura show. Guy was legitimately insane. Absolutely wild. So yeah, I love it. Jesse had one straight man to be the skeptic on the show. It was so great, CJ. And he just went wild with it. The token skeptic. Jesse landed on his... But the show was great, ABC. You should absolutely look it up and just laugh along. It's amazing. Hey, Horizontal Bop. You more of a New York subway guy or a London Metro guy? You know, I've only ever tried the New York subway. Actually, I didn't even try the New York subway when I was in New York. It's kind of a bummer. I've done the Boston T, that's about it. It's too complicated to go in here, but look up a YouTube video called The Oswald Letter. Oh yeah, the Harvey Oswald. Yeah. The Plum Island episode seems more relevant given today's current event. That's true. Supposedly Hinckley's brother was supposed to dine with Neil Bush that night after the shooting. Not sure how legit this is. But it was reported in some media at the time. That's interesting, Ken. I don't think I've heard that before. But Hinckley, John Hinckley was a crazy man. Crazy guy. How the heck is this a subway stream? So Horizontal Bop, we are walking across the entire continental United States of America. We left Boston, Massachusetts on May 1st, and we are headed to the Santa Monica Pier in Santa Monica, California, and we are doing it eating nothing but food that you can buy at a Subway restaurant chain. That's how it's a Subway stream, baby. And Subway has now sponsored us. They're paying for all of our food all the way across. They're donating $10,000 to the charity we're walking for. And they built us this awesome killer baby stroller, which is what we are using to carry all of our gear and equipment in so we don't have to carry it on our backs. Yep. That's so nice. Year of awesome similar activities prior to 2014. The whole review. Yep. Does your day go fast or slow? When I'm streaming Badgers, it goes really, really fast. When I can't stream and I'm out here just walking the roads of Kansas all by myself, they go really slow. Your body's gonna hate you. Well, Horizontal Bop, we are 86 days in, and let me tell you, my body already hates me. My legs, my calves are so well defined now, and I am in probably the best shape of my entire life, but just everything hurts. We went into InfoWars theme show on Twitch. Lol. Are you still on time to make it to California in November? We're gonna make it there in October, Badgers. Probably in like the 3rd week of October right now, I think. I think actually, strictly speaking, if we were to look at where we are now based on the pace we have been moving, we'll actually hit Santa Monica on October 10th or 11th. But we're definitely gonna slow down when we hit the deserts, and we're definitely gonna slow down when we hit the Rockies. So I'm picturing it's gonna be the 3rd week of October. Is rain picking up? It is. Yep. Are you gonna pass out due to heat wave? Hopefully not. We just took 5 days off, sorry, Horizontal Bop, because of a giant heat wave that came through Kansas. It was over 100 degrees Fahrenheit, so we're usually pretty smart and usually try to avoid the heat when we can, but once we hit the desert, the Mojave Desert, we'll just have to adjust the time of day that we walk to avoid the hardest part, and that's what we're gonna have to do. I think there really were some connections between the two families, which is a little strange. Yep. You did the wrong orders, you confused me. Now T will tie me up and torture me on Cornhub for messing up the spiel. That's not so bad. God, all right, I gotta get off the road here. There's a big truck coming with a wide load. Can you notify me when you reach the desert? Is that the only thing I'm interested in? No. Nope, we can't do that. Ah! Daydreaming out loud again. Lol. Alright, I am getting a little bit worried with the rain picking up, guys. I can't stream when it gets too heavy because just the encoder is not waterproof, like I said, and I don't want to damage it so that we can never stream again. Yes, mister. Oh my god, Gecko. Your favorite Twitch fan in here? Is my favorite Twitch fan in there? Who's my favorite Twitch fan? Go away, Rain? Yeah, no kidding. I think as a cop-out, Badgers, I gotta say my favorite Twitch fan is Kay Crony, who is my girlfriend. That's what I gotta do. Oh boy, it's not good. It's not good. I have to put my rain jacket back on. That rain jacket's like a mud green. It doesn't even look good. You know how worried I am about fashion. We're all his faves. Yeah, there you go, Gecko. Hey, Donnie Jenkins, looks peaceful out there. It is raining on me. Gotta go by watch time. It's tea. Oh, there you go. That works for me. Why would you not be at home with what I presume to be a beautiful woman? Why walk across the US and be celibate? Oh, because I'm insane. Duh. No, it's because I heard about a woman when I was in high school that was walking across the country. I thought it was the coolest thing ever, and I thought I had to give it a shot. So I tried to do it when I graduated high school, but a week after I graduated, I tore my ACL and couldn't walk. So I pushed it off until now when I am 26 years old. My company died in COVID, and I decided to use the time to train and go for this thing. So that's what we're doing. Mom lost another one of the GF. Later, keep an eye out for Jenai. Will do, CJ. And thanks for stopping by. Watch way Sean Carey is the right answer. The view/slash atmosphere is so nice. The only thing which is missing is you singing Godsmack, I Stand Alone. I stand alone. That's all I know. Can't the encoder be put inside Mr. Reelson so that it's out of the rain? Yes and no, Richie. I've pretty much put it in as much as I possibly can, covered it up as much as I possibly can. If I cover it anymore, the service signal that comes from the encoder and streams back to my computer at home won't go through. That's what I was trying to say. Oh, that guy in Canada did it in a wheelchair. That song St. Elmo's Fire is really about him. Oh, God. There's not even anywhere for me to like stop and take a break. Like, there's no tree cover or nothing. I just gotta sit here in the rain. Blech. Oh, I heard about it, Horizontal Bob. It was so cool. She also blinds and Sean has a face for radio. Hey now, Gecko. My face is bootyful. Lol. Thought I was that guy. I'll have to rethink this out loud. Ah, boy. Elon needs to invent a weatherproof encoder, screw travel into Mars. Elon needs to perfect Starlink first so we can actually stream with reliable service. That's the first mission. And then he can work on whatever else he has to work on. She does encourage the beard. Although, T, not as long as it is. She has her limits. She does not like the length of which this beard has grown. I think lucky for her though, I think the next time I'm gonna see her is when I'm crossing that line into Santa Monica and I can shave it off right after, but not a second before. Are you saying your face looks like art? That's exactly what I'm saying, Gecko. Yeah, it's face for radio and it is bootyful. Hairy ours, there you go. His face is probably sunburned and weathered. No, so Horizontal Bob. The day before I left for this trip, back on, well, it would have been April 31st. I think there's 31 days in April. I shaved my beard down to nothing and I trimmed, I got a buzz cut so I could let it all grow out over the trip and hopefully look like, what do you call it, Forrest Gump by the end. And this is what I currently look like. Hold on, I'll show you. You know, a weed whacker to get that beard off after the trip. So after 86 days, my beard is definitely growing faster than the hair on top of my head. So this is what we got, the ratty looking beard. It actually makes it hard to eat subs with because a lot of the times the sub will catch the hair on the side of my mouth and drag it in. And all of a sudden I'm pulling my own beard off my own face as I eat. It's kind of crazy, but it is what it is. I don't know what that one, T. So what's that all coming off the hole? Oh, such a handsome lad. Thanks, Food Spoon. I appreciate that. I appreciate that take on this. But you get a natural face protection. Yeah, honestly, DJ, it's awesome. Yeah, it is. It blocks the sun, it blocks the bugs, it blocks the wind burn from the cars rolling by. Like, the beard is a huge part of this. Was Sean blocking him? Lol. Yes, Frosty, we're headed for Nortonville. Let's give him messages. No! Hot air gas. Well, I read them, T. I just didn't say. I also can't really scroll right now because there's so much water on my phone that if I try to scroll, if I touch the screen, everything's gonna go to wherever it goes. Not somewhere good. Oh boy. I'm like gonna try to see if there's any way that maybe I can sneak into that shelter up ahead and just stand out of the rain for a hot second. Yeah. I want to just try to take stock and see what's gonna happen. Is this rainstorm gonna continue or is it just like a short little 5-minute thing and on its way? Looking up at the sky, it kind of does not look like a 5-minute thing. You need to get some scissors at your next Walmart stop to trim around the mouth. The thought of eating your own beard with meatball sub is kind of disgusting. Oh, it is. It is disgusting. Yeah. But no, I don't eat it. I just, when it pulls the hair in there, I just pull the hairs back out. It ain't bad. So snacks throughout the day, Richie. The Subway Slam, lol. And yeah, if you get a little marinara sauce stuck in the beard, you can lick on it all day. It's like a little treat. Like a salt lick. The beard is a plus, mate. You got this proper alpha vibes. That rain can't stop you. Hey, Wiki Bits, how's it going? About an hour of rain. Looks like nothing heavy. All right. I just, like right now, to be honest with you guys, I'm already getting worried. Like this is already a little heavy. We're gonna take a look in there. We're gonna see what's coming on the Doppler radar. Also, I have to pee again anyway, so it'll be a nice little pee break. That's brilliant. Get some Subway cookies or snacks. Their cookies are the best things on the menu. Honestly, I'm kind of with you, Horizontal. I love their cookies. Don't get me wrong. Their subs are amazing too, but I love their cookies. Their cookies aren't insane level. While I was on break, while I wasn't walking for the past like 5 days, I had 6 cookies a day, every day, just to keep my calorie intake up. Oh boy, oh boy. This is just like someone's driveway. Yeah, I think it is. As against ending it as I am, yeah, I'm thinking Ziggy. Let me get up in here and we'll make a decision. I am just kind of like, it is just someone's driveway and someone's house, so I hope that they don't mind me using their stuff for a second. What are you trying to say about trimming the hair on the hole before shoving a foot long in? It's a family channel. Lol. Just be quiet, they won't know. Yeah, that's pretty much what I'm gonna do, Horizontal. I just gotta get out of the rain for half a second and take a look at the phone. Just put the encoder in the bag that is in a bag, and that bag can keep it dry. If I do that, I'll smother the signal coming off the encoder and the stream won't work anyway. It's underneath a couple of different covers right now. The problem is that there's a slight opening that leads down into it, and I'm worried if water starts pooling up in there, it'll eventually hit the encoder from the bottom side up, and that ain't good. We're gonna be good. You know, a person walking for charity that stops to use their driveway causing no damage should be smacked. You know how it is. I think we'll be fine. No, we're looking good. This is a big old mulch mound. It's gonna protect us. All right. Whew. All right, we're good. Crossing the road. All right. All right. We're just gonna stand in here for a hot second. It's dirt. All right, what do we got? I hope somebody stops for you. There must be a kind soul out there. We don't want them to stop. We wouldn't even take it if they did, DJ. We're gonna walk on through the rain every step of the way on this walk. So, yeah. Snow, oh no. Is there a wire going to it? Is it tie a string to the wire? The water will come down the cord and then drip down the string instead of going into the stroller. Oh. Probably the first person ever to take shelter in a mulch mound. The strip was in amazement. Lol. So Dad, he wants to see mine. Oh. Yeah, I think it's just road salt. All right, so unfortunately, guys, hey Rufus, how's it going? Unfortunately, guys, also this corn. I'm gonna plant us a corn real quick. Corn, we love it. Hey, corn. Unfortunately, with the rain picking up the way it is, guys, I think we're gonna have to call it here. I don't think I can keep streaming with the water coming in. We will be back live tomorrow, for sure, because we're going to be walking. Hopefully I find a dry place to set up a tent tonight so I'm not miserable. But either way, whether I'm happy, miserable, I'll be here tomorrow. In the meantime, do we have any recommendations for a raid? Also, Infamous Dale and Horizontal Bot, thank you guys very much for the follows. I appreciate it. Appreciate both of you. And welcome to the walk. Look for an overpass. I might just do that. Privy B, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it. Appreciate you, and welcome to the walk. Renoa Poison, raid her. Will do. Hold on. We're going to do /raid Renoa Poison. That's okay, Rufus. We're probably going to walk our way through. It says Renoa Poison. That's not a person. Unless I spelled it wrong. Did I spell it wrong? No, I spelled it the exact same way. All right, we're gonna go to Hitch then. Sorry, that didn't work. That's a person. Sorry, Horizontal. We'll get him next time. But thank you guys for coming along for the walk. Big shout out to all the newbies that just found us today. Shout out to all the people that are always here. You know who you are. Hitch, Richie, Ms., Gecko, Jacob, of course, Danger Tater, Rufus, everyone. There's too many people. Bert, I can't name you all. No. Oh, God. But I will see you guys all tomorrow as we continue our walk through Kansas. A beautiful state so far, if I do say so myself, by the way. I'm a big fan. But enjoy seeing Hitch. What's Hitch doing right now? Is he riding back from TwitchCon? Like, what's going on? See you tomorrow, Principal Matthew. How's the salt smell? It actually doesn't smell at all, but it's kind of nice. It's just dry in here. I like it. I'm very wet. Getting ready to eat and end. Oh, well, all right. Well, we're there. Cycling to Norway. Nice. Have a great night. Stay dry and safe. Thanks, ABC. Heading to Norway. I like it. See you, Shakedown Sheets. Hitching Sarah in the Netherlands. Currently biking. Sweet. Preview. We're headed on over. Well, thanks, Rufus. I appreciate it, man. Have a good night, everyone. Bye.